And we'll call this closed session meeting of May 6, 2025 to order. All please stand for the pledge. Mayor Pro Tem, would you lead us in the pledge?
Please join me in putting your hand over your heart and paying tribute to the red, white, and blue, the flag in which we represent as Americans. Ready? Begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, roll call is complete and all members are present.
Thank you. Participation is invited. If you wish to be heard on any item on the agenda, including any item on the consent calendar, please so indicate by filling out a speaker request card and hand it to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Code of Ethics. As your elected governing board, we will remember the code of ethics that we voluntarily and unanimously approved. During this meeting, we will treat each other and the public with patience, civility, and courtesy. The decisions made tonight will be for the benefit of the Barstow community and not for personal gain. Public comments of closed session. This is the time and place for the general public to address the governing board on matters on the closed session agenda and within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. All requests to speak must be received prior to the item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do. We have one, Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Mike Hernandez, Barstow, California. You said this was closed session, anything related to the city. That side door is closed. I can't get into this handicap. I can't get through this door because I don't have any code.
Mr. Hernandez, this is pertaining to closed session only.
It says closed session and anything besides that.
No,
This is besides the closed session,
Pertaining just to the closed session.
just pertaining to the closed session.
Right.
Okay, I'll bring it up at a later time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
We have no other comment.
Okay, ask for a second to go into closed session.
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Rose. A call for the vote.
And motion passes unanimously.
Closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council met in closed session and considered two items. The first regarding anticipated litigation related to facts and circumstances that may result in litigation, but which the city believes are not yet known to potential plaintiff or plaintiffs. There, the council provided direction to staff and council and took no reportable action. Second, regarding conference labor negotiators, the city manager, district manager, Ms. Clayton, as our negotiator regarding all employee units and all unrepresented employees. Their two direction was provided to staff and council, but no reportable action was taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Okay, it's 7 o'clock. I call this meeting to order for City Council and Fire District at 7 p.m. on May 6, 2025. May we all please stand. We're going to have okay. Councilmember Noble, would you mind doing the invocation?
Most heavenly and gracious Father, we come before you this evening to say thank you. Thank you for waking us up this morning. Father God, we ask that you bless each and every one that's in the sound of my voice and that you continue to direct us and guide us. Lead us in as we continue our meeting this evening. Father God, we ask that you put your loving arms around those that are sick and protect them and heal them as they continue to get better. Father God, we ask that you bless those that are on their way and those that couldn't make it this evening, Father God. We ask this in your name we pray. Amen.
Please remain standing. Councilmember Williams, will you please lead us in the pledge to the flag? Madam Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Yes, roll call is complete and all members are present.
Thank you. Participation is invited. If you wish to be heard on any item on the agenda, including any item on the consent calendar, please so indicate by filling out a speaker request card and hand it to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Code of Ethics. As your elected governing board, we will remember the Code of Ethics that we voluntarily and unanimously approved. During this meeting, we will treat each other and the public with patience, civility, and courtesy. The decisions made tonight will be for the benefit of the Barstow community and not for personal gain. Review and approval of the agenda. This is the time for the members of the governing board to call for rearranging the order of the agenda, adding items or removing items from the agenda, or removing items from the consent calendar for discussion and or separate action. Items may only be added to the agenda as allowed by state law, including Government Code Section 54954.2, Subdivision B, allowing emergency items to be added by majority vote and allowing items that may have arose to the city's attention after the agenda posting deadline, but which require immediate action, to be added by a 2/3 vote of the council members present at the meeting, or if less than 2/3 of the council members are present, a unanimous vote of those members present. Our first item on tonight's agenda is a presentation. It's the quarterly report by the city treasurer. And, I'm sorry. Yes, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Noble, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Rose, and I'll call for the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, now we'll move on to the treasurer's report, and we'll have that from the city manager, Ms. Rochelle.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would like to introduce the city treasurer to give this report, Mr. Lewis. And with that, I would also like to just call out that This is a quarterly report that is in the agenda today. It is for the last quarter of last year. First quarter of this year has just recently ended, so that has not been finalized for reporting. And because this is the first report we've given in quite some time, that we did include the investment report. So with that, I will hand it over to Mr. Lewis.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. I'd like to direct your attention to packet page 38, which is the ending numbers for December 2024. As stated, that this is the last quarter that we actually have complete. The cash in the bank for Union Bank was $11,961,536.14. Our local agency investment fund, which is a liquid fund that's available to us within 24 hours, that balance was $18,549,015.85. And as you can see, that fund is yielding 4.4% for interest rate. We have petty cash here in the building of $2,040. The California Class Investment, which is also another investment vehicle that we have, that the money is available within 24 hours. That balance is $1,006,947.91. You can see that yield is 4.6%. Total available funds to the city is $31,519,539.90. And just one caveat with that is that's the total monies that we have. We do have restricted funds that finance takes care of and accounts for, that cannot be just spent it has to be spent on special things. So with that, I'll conclude my report, and any questions?
Okay, we'll go to questions by council. Councilmember Hernandez, any questions? Councilmember Noble? No questions. Mayor Pro Tem Rose?
No questions. I just want to welcome Mr. Lewis and thank you for the report.
Councilmember Williams? I have a couple questions. Seeing the amount and mentioning that there are restricted funds there, are we able to, in the future, show the report to where we can see what they are restricted towards?
Yes, and I did want to kind of recap once Mr. Lewis gave his presentation, in that we will update the presentation going forward to reconcile what our restricted funds are to what the investment report shows. To reiterate, this is the total cash, including all restricted and non-restricted funds. We do have, as part of our financial statements, we have listed 5.7 million are non-spendable and 6 million are assigned. You can see the 6 million assigned is the grand total for reserve amounts, the $6.1 million. But we also have our Measure I funds, our grants. There are some other restrictions that we have to realize that are not spendable. And when we can reconcile those on a report going forward, when we demonstrate that at the next quarterly update, it will be more clear. So this is the first report, and I apologize, I said the investment report. I meant the investment policy. The investment policy is included, and my apologies, I caught that we didn't have the adopted, so the resolution is missing, but the investment policy was adopted when we approved the budget last fiscal year, and this is an annual item that we'll be bringing back. It won't be as a regular item in the future, and it can be referred to if needed. But we as a team wanted to demonstrate what our policy was for the public, because this is the first time we brought it forward in quite some time.
And I thank you for including the policy, because it has not been in the past. And it brings me to the page of functions and responsibilities, and under number 2 on execution of investments and transactions, it's the responsibility, obviously, of the treasurer or the deputy treasurer. But the policy doesn't state, is that a default position? Is that a position that the council needs to assign?
Correct. So I have talked about this with the finance director, Ms. Harris, And during the budget process, when we bring the investment policy for its annual update, we will also bring a resolution to recommend that she be named the deputy treasurer.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
See no more requests to speak by council. Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have one.
Hold on, I just had Councilmember Hernandez move into the, Councilmember Hernandez?
Thank you. The only thing I would like is a PowerPoint presentation so the public can see it on the screen as opposed to just looking through the agenda item.
Absolutely. We were just discussing that, and we will absolutely have that on the next per report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Madam Clerk?
Yes. Mr. Mike Hernandez?
Mike Hernandez, Bristol, California. This doesn't break down as how much money is in Measure Q and how much money is actually, you have $22 million in cash, but can that cash be spent or is it restricted? There's nothing here saying it. It probably is further in the report, but unfortunately, this is the first time I had the opportunity to look at it, since it's not made available on the outside like it used to be. Used to be able to get this on the outside so you could see it before the meeting came on, but unfortunately, you don't have it. Another thing is the quarterly report was also given to Measure Q every quarter. That's how we used to actually find out before it was reported out. And why has it taken a year to get this here? How come he doesn't give a quarterly report every quarter? It's been over a year since the last report was made. And no person on the council has questioned this. And Mr. Lewis is an elected official. He ran for office. He's not appointed. He should have some accountability to the public because this reflects the operation of the city and how the investments are made, which people like to know. Because every time we used to hear in the past the city was broke, but nobody said they had money. All we got was the city's broke, the city's spending too much money, is doing this. I know part of this money is restricted, it can't be spent. It's supposed to be a percentage put away every year. But how much money is in Measure Q? That's also part of this because it's part of the general fund. And it was supposed to be reported out separately, but I don't see anything here that says it. So I'm kind of curious. What is the amount of money that we have available cash on hand? How much money can we actually spend, especially since we're running shortage as far as money coming into the city with all the gas tax money that's not coming in? We're going to need to tap some of this funding. And we should know what's going on. We shouldn't be kept in the dark. We've been kept in the dark too many years. It's time to bring everything to the sunlight so people can know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
We have no more comment.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the council for questions only. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. So my question is, though it's not outside on the desk, and I'm not sure if it's at the podium, we do have an obligation to post this and it is available to the public, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you please remind the public as to when it's available so anybody can review this?
Yes, it is when the city clerk's office posts it, which was done so this past Friday, more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting. We are required to post it online, and it has been available to the public at minimum exceeding the 72 hours.
Thank you for that. Mr. Summers, I have a question for you.
Yes.
So it is my understanding, and correct me if I'm incorrect, it's my understanding that our city treasurer's role is to provide a report to the city council, which he has faithfully done. Is that correct?
This report meets the obligation to provide a report to the council.
Thank you. He's not obligated to be here every meeting. Is that correct?
No, the requirement is to provide the report, not physical presence.
Thank you. We can recommend that
Certainly,
he come,
yeah.
that he do come when this report is due, and which I would highly recommend. But I just wanted to make sure that my understanding was that he is faithful to been providing the report, and he is not required to be present at every meeting.
Correct. To the best of my knowledge, the city treasurer has met the legal obligations of his position.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rose. Councilman Williams.
Mr. Lewis, first of all, let me apologize to you for the past because I didn't realize what your function was, but I've been educated. With that said, how did we get to the $31 million?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, we say we don't have any money. Our streets are completely destroyed. But yet there's $31 million we can spend, not counting the reserves that you have to hold. How did we get that money? Where did that money come from, the $31 million? The investments that you made?
The money that comes into the city, whether it be through whatever form of taxes there are,
Okay.
property taxes, sales tax, gas tax, any of those, that of course we collect, business permits, any fee that the city charges or collects is part of that. Even part of the cannabis tax, community fund, all of the different funds that the council administers, all of that money is represented in that 31 million.
Are we investing any money at this time?
Currently, we are only using LAIF, which is through the state, and the California class investments. We're using those two vehicles so that we have money readily available. In the past, several years ago, we had stocks, bonds, all kinds of different investments, but those take time to get in and out of, unfortunately. And with the ICSAs and different obligations that the city has, it's very hard to put money away and say we're going to put it away for 6 months, 18 months, 2 years, whatever that is. And so it is very volatile to put it away when, we do run close as far as payrolls and everything else. I mean, it's my job to make sure that there's money in the bank and it's safeguarded. The spending, of course, is members of the council, how that gets spent and where it goes. Other than me making sure that there's money in the bank, and if finance says, hey, we've got a big payment coming up, we need to make sure it's transferred from LAIF or California class to whatever. There is a balancing act, because if we carry too much money in our bank accounts, then we also get charged by the bank for carrying over and above excess cash. And that's why we put it in the LAIF fund and the California class fund. And as you can see, those are both earning around 4%, which is much better than nothing just in the checking account.
You just said something about payroll. We're close. What do you mean by that?
I'm just saying, we have lots of obligations going on all the time. I'm not privy to those. Those are things that the council is deciding, how things are spent. So, I have to make sure that the money is there. I can't have it invested and it takes, a month to get out of, or if we short-term it, then we get fines and everything like that for it. So not being short, but we've got to make sure that we have cash flow.
Okay.
The bank definitely does, the city doesn't want to bounce any checks.
Is there any Measure Q funding being invested with that fund that we were just talking about with that 4%?
The only answer that I can give you on that is finance takes care of all the fund balances and all of that. I see a total dollar. To me, it doesn't matter if it's property tax, Measure Q, any other measures that we have. A dollar is a dollar to me.
Okay.
To me, it does not matter where it is. The general fund, it all goes into one fund, and then I take it out of there and put it into these others, what I think is safe.
So I'll ask the finance director, is there any Measure Q money being invested?
So Measure Q is a component of the general fund. And so when we look at our account balance, we look at an overall account balance.
So I'll take that as a yes?
Yes. Measure Q, as well as several other funds for the city, are part of the investment.
To anyone else that can answer this question, maybe the attorney. Did we pass that measure to invest that money?
The voters passed a Measure Q for the money to be spent on the funds that were part of the ballot measure, which of course is a general tax available for any lawful city purpose as directed by each sitting city council.
And I'll add just a little more to that. It's very similar to keeping money in savings that's earning interest and transferring it to your checking when you need it. We have that money readily available through the local agency investment fund, which is LAIF. The component that is earning money is, for instance, if we have a large project that we want to use with Measure Q on, but we know the project we're budgeting this year is not going to begin till later in the year, and we have it sitting in the bank. It's better to have it sitting in a bank that's earning interest rather than sitting in a bank that's not earning interest. And to City Treasurer Lewis's point in with the banking fees, if we have too large of a fee balance in our bank, they charge us for, and it's called an analysis fee. And Sydney can correct me if I'm incorrect on that number, but that terminology. But the more we have in our bank, we're not earning interest and they're charging us for an analysis fee. So it is helpful to the city to earn even the little bit that it might earn for a few months sitting in the local agency investment fund to add to our total, any little bit of revenue that we can earn on it.
And if I could add one more point, as I understand it, the finance department does allocate the interest earned to Measure Q, and to Measure I, and to the other parts of it. So the money that's invested awaiting council direction on how to spend it, that interest doesn't get lost. It does get tracked back to where the money came from. And the numbers would have to come from staff.
That was my next question. I appreciate that. So the next question I have is, how much of Measure Q money is being invested?
At this time, I can't tell you. This information, this report does not have the detail on what you're looking for as far as dollar for dollar Measure Q. These are overall fund balances. What I can tell you is that at the time of this investment, there was a balance that was taken into an account for Measure Q. And it was approximately just over $5 million.
Can you tell me how much money we've made off of Measure Q at the 4% that the
Again,
city
I do not
attorney-
have that detail of information in front of me. But whatever interest that is accrued quarterly, actually, we account for it monthly, and then quarterly, we take all of the interest and we apply it to the general ledger. What that means is that we accrue that amount every quarter. When we get to the end of the fiscal year, we take an account for all of the dollars that we received in interest, and those are allocated across all funds based on the fund balance in each one of those funds. So it's a weighted average percentage. So each fund that is part of this investment receives the equal amount of interest at the end of the year.
Well, that's great, but you don't have the number for us. I mean, in the future, I'd hope that we'd have those numbers so we can be honest and open with the public. You know, that's one thing that we've all ran on, basically, the three of us, is that we're going to be accountable and transparent. But yet, we can't give the numbers back to the public. We can give them what's happening with it, but we can't give them the actual figures.
Well, the interest is actually provided to us on a quarterly basis. So we don't receive it monthly, but what we can do is provide it as part of this report when we do produce it quarterly so that
Okay.
you can see that statement as well.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Prochem, but I'm going to ask one question first to maybe a little bit of clarity to this. There was some rude haggling out there. If a prior council was to approve to pay $1.7 million cash towards an engine, and that's not going to come due for years, would it not be wise to put that 1.7 Measure Q money into an investment versus leaving it in checking?
Yes, I would agree that it would be helpful to earn the money on.
Thank you, and I'll ask that the audience please refrain from laughing. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess we would need, a consensus or a second to add these additional reports to the investment. That would be, to me, it would be nice to know. However, if we want to know about Measure Q, we've had Measure Q workshops. We could ask for another Measure Q workshop that would break everything down. But I just want to reiterate and restate that Measure Q was a general fund measure. It was passed as a general fund. The special fund, which I believe was J prior to it, failed. It failed, so they came back with Measure Q. Unfortunately, when it's a general measure, it goes into our general fund. Had it passed as a special measure, then it's restricted, totally restricted. It has to go to X, Y, and Z. And so we just have to understand that this general fund Q goes to our general fund, and just like our mayor had explained, it's wise to put the money away that we know that we've, spent some money for this engine into the investment. And I think that we are getting so much better on transparency. To say that we're not being transparent tonight is not fair. I believe that we're being transparent, but we're looking at the investments tonight. I would love to have another Measure Q when the time is right so that we can look at the breakdown and what's being invested. But that wasn't part of the intent for this report tonight. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And to answer that slightly, that you said it, we would need a second. Actually, I briefly mentioned it before that we want to bring back more information on the report, which will bring back, I know in a former city that I brought the investment forward, it did break down on a quarterly basis what the interest earned was by the fund, and it also reconciles what our fund balances are to this. So Finance Director Harris and I will be working along with the team to look at some options, and we're hopeful to have some updates in place that meet what you're asking for by the next quarter report.
That would be great. Thank you so very much.
I just want to confirm
Okay,
a
and
second.
I'm going to just advise council, because this isn't agendized for a vote, so if you have comments, we can just open it now for comments also, not just questions. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. I will definitely give you a second on the Measure Q training because there has been a large misunderstanding as to how that was processed. And since I'm the guilty party that insisted that it be done quarterly for transparency, I would like the city attorney to be present at that Measure Q training to explain exactly what the intent was, because it has been taken out of context, and I think it's time that we have that clarification, especially with the new appointees that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. So we do have a second for the Measure Q, and so, Ms. Clayton, so when we give a second, sometimes we leave it open-ended. So can you, you don't have to give it to us tonight, but can you send the council some recommended dates as to when this can be done?
Yes, I will send that to council, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rose. Okay, so I see no one else in there, but just to follow up, I believe Mr. Hernandez's question about Measure Q, we'll get that in there. Regarding why this hasn't been done in a year, this council's just starting, actually just finished its first quarter, and Councilmember Williams, I believe first or second meeting, had asked for the treasurer's report. And it hasn't been a year. We're basically starting, or just 1 month past our first quarter. And I believe the first month we asked for it, Mr. Lewis could not be here.
Yeah,
I've
I
had
apologize.
something-
I was
Right.
actually out of state with other
Okay.
business.
And did staff have anything to add to Mr. Hernandez's questions?
I don't have anything to add more than what we've stated in that we'll break down that reconciliation so that it is more clear to the council and the public on the next report.
Okay. I've got Councilmember Williams back.
Mr. Lewis, I just want to thank you for coming and, educating us, and I appreciate it. And I want to apologize to you again for the past.
No worries. I'm happy to be here. Just let me know.
With that, we're going to move on to the general non-agenda public comment. This is the time and the place for the general public to address the governing board on matters not on the agenda and within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. All requests to speak must be received prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on public comment?
We do. Our first speaker is Mr. Eugene Putici. Our next speaker is Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. Let me clarify some things. When you made the remark that the $1.6 million that was put aside for the fire engine, I believe that had to be paid all up front so we could save $130,000. It can't be put out as interest if you have to pay it up front. I wanted to correct that for the record. Another thing is that when interest, if it comes to a particular agency, why isn't it reported out? If Measure Q is getting interest, how come I've never seen it on any of their statements they collected interest? It just shows a balance or how much was spent. If there's money coming in, why isn't it being reported out? My next thing is, I heard that we were getting a new city manager. I'd like to know, when it's going to be coming up and exactly what his job description is. Second of all is, I understand before you came on, it was approved to have somebody monitor the accounts. And that hasn't been done yet. Or I don't know who's supposed to be monitoring the accounts that we have. I mean, besides the finance director, who's monitoring the projects that are being done. And primarily, I just like to see more accountability. I don't think the city has accountability. I think you've gotten away from it. There's too many issues that they're knocked off a thing. Rose made a comment that the information is ready on Friday. You're closed on Friday. You're closed Saturday, Sunday. You can't get the message till Monday if you don't have a computer. And you were talking about the budget, or what you're talking about financing. It's not available to the public. It's only available if you come in on Monday, or if you have a computer. You don't have any copies out there like you used to have. And the only copy you have in here is in the book. And if you don't come up and look at the book, you can't find out what's going on. You know, it's easy to say this or that or that or this, but I don't see, I don't know, I think I have to wait more time to see what's going on as far as with the council. But when you make references to the old council, 3 members of you were on the old council. The only new one is Tex and Tim. So 3 of you's had opportunity to change policies, which you haven't done. I've come up here, 3 different issues come up with complaining about code enforcement. Their time frame to respond. They give you 14 days, but it takes them 7 days to get you a letter. What's going on with that? Why does it take so long? Why does it take the city? What do you have to do to get the city to clean its own property?
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Our next speaker is Mr. Ted Wiesma.
Welcome, Mr. Wiesner.
Thank you. If you note in your parking lot out here in front of this building, at the west end are 3 parking spots that aren't handicapped. To have city people come in and want to go into that office and do business, they only have 3 parking spots available anywhere close. And those 3 are usually filled up with code enforcement or Victor Valley Transit. I'd appreciate it, and I'm sure the citizens would appreciate it if you do something about that and not have Victor Valley Transit fill up those spots that are close to the entrance. And code enforcement should park in the back where all other city vehicles are and not take up spaces that the public needs. Beyond that, I want to congratulate you. I see now that you're letting people who don't live in the city serve on city councils, commissions. That's great. I know a lot of people up in the Heights want to serve the city, but can't because you have not allowed them to because they're in the county, but now you've changed that. I also want to congratulate you on hiring an ex-con. I have a Quaker background, and I strongly support the idea that ex-cons can become better citizens. I grew up with an ex-con. I know that to be very true. So congratulations again for bringing on an ex-con. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiesma.
Our next speaker is Mr. Jim Brown.
Welcome, Mr. Brown.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. It's good to see you, Mike. Glad you're here. I really didn't want to come up and speak, but I'd seen the Tidbits paper, and it had Barbara Rose in there, but I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about that Espinoza put me out there. And the reason why I'm being called out again, because Espinoza lied. He lied. They said that none of this stuff happened to me. And it happened. And the council rewarded him to city manager. Because Paul told me that they seen the body cam footage. And Paul told me that it was bad. And he went to Espinoza and told him that you were wrong for what you did. But this council, the last council, just me, I'm gonna put your names out there, I always do. So Carmen Hernandez, Noble, and Barbara Rose seen the video. And they put him still as a city manager. That's wrong. That's wrong. Because if you look at December the 18th meeting, that's when it all took down. Where Barbara Rose said that she wanted a break. And then Paul said that not yet, because that the police chief didn't have his men in place yet. And then when they got in place, then Barbara Rose called for another meeting. Called for a break. And then that's when it happened. I did not do no outburst. The one that did the outburst is Mike Hernandez. You'll see it on the video. I didn't do no outburst. So I want to have a meeting with our new city manager. I'm going to put that on record. I want to have a meeting with the new city manager. I will call her office and make an appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Our next speaker is Miss Virginia Brown.
Welcome, Mrs. Brown.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, and welcome, Miss Clayton. It's good to see you up there tonight. And Mr. Lewis, I'm so happy you're here this evening. It's good to see you, too. I originally just came to talk about Public Works. Y'all remember the last time I was here, I mentioned the issue I had with code enforcement constantly coming at us, and finding us for different things. Lately, it's only been my container, and I keep paying more and more money for my container, which I've already told the city respectfully to all of you. It's not going anywhere because I've gone through several thousands of dollars of regular sheds, which the wind just shreds down there. So my container's not going anywhere. But I had mentioned the public area across the street that the city owned. I don't know who. Actually, I suspect who. But I know that they came out within a couple of days of my being here at this podium, and they cleaned it up. It is beautiful. It is cleaned up. I love it. I took the time to take photos, go across the street, thank them, let them know that I appreciate what they're doing, and it is beautiful, and that the city does see when they're out there doing this. A lot of people won't give them kudos. A lot of people just want to whine and complain. But I believe if I need to tell you something's wrong, then I can use this podium. But likewise, in reverse, when you do something right, I should be able to stand up here and say, thank you, bravo, kudos. And that's what I was here tonight to talk about. What I'm concerned about, though, and now I've realized this, was that before Ms. Clayton came, we were told, as a public, that nothing on the agenda could be changed until it came before the council, and it was voted on to change it on the agenda. And that meant the order of things. But tonight we've changed the order, and I was here at the last meeting. I don't recall having you guys bring this up and change when we were going to do public comment and then vote on changing it, because there were several people who are used to you doing it at the end, and now if they show up tonight, they're not going to be able to talk because you guys just took it upon yourselves to choose to change it. Magic. My next issue was and it's not really an issue, I don't have an issue, but when you stated the law about he's not required to be here, this is correct. California state law does say that he is not required to be at every single meeting. However, it goes on to claim that when someone of the general public requests a report, he shall, not could, not maybe, not, we'll decide. It says he shall make himself available. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
Our next speaker is Mr. E.T. Snell.
Welcome, Mr. Snell.
E.T. Snell, www.etsnell.com. Old people carts. They've got one at Shitmart, well, I call them Shitmart, Walmart. And then they've got one at Food for Less, and they've got 3 at Stater Brothers. We need old people carts. A lot of old people here, so I'd like to see you guys and I've been fighting Shitmart for 10 years trying to get old people carts, and they just won't. I think you guys need to put your big boy panties on and go after them. Barstow leadership crisis dysfunctional. Explain, is that Muslim lady here that wrote this article? Because I'll tell you what, I wouldn't wipe my butt with this paper. And I think what everybody needs to do to run tidbits out of town is they need to call all our advertisers and tell them what they're doing. It's a damn outright lie. Mr. Mayor, you said you would support staff against any attacks or anything. Will you support the city council? Because Cody Thompson basically about potential retaliation from Barbara Rose. I mean, he lied in this article. We all know Barbara Rose has got some faults, but it aren't what they put in here. And it's terrible what they did. Also, I've been going to council meetings since 1974, and I can't understand why this elected official, this is the first meeting I've ever seen him on. Maybe he could explain why he doesn't come to the meetings. Is it a matter of disrespect for the people or the voters, or Why? Because I've never seen an elected official that didn't come to the meetings. City manager, you know, I couldn't wait till you came in. I sat in the waiting room, tried to talk to Chris and you. Chris called me the next day. You've never called me, and I've sat there for like 45 minutes trying to reach you. And then you go on vacation. I feel like I was 10 years old again. My parents sent me to the store for bread and milk and come back and they moved. So you weren't there. I would like to get an appointment with you. ASAP, the sooner the better. There's some things. Do you know how many black people have been killed in Barstow by the police department? Real quick answer. No. So that's what I'm saying. I want to be able to meet with you and give you some of this information so when you pick the police chief, you pick the right one. It was Pickett and Dante Yarber. And by the way, they both won their lawsuits. So with that being said, yeah, I think it's important. First, you said that we were going to have one person helping you make the decision. Now we got two police chiefs. Too many cooks spoil the broth. And I don't know whether that's just a deflection of because you've already made up your mind or what, but I'm pretty paranoid about the decision that you're going to be making on the police.
Thank you,
chief.
Mr.
I'd like
Snell.
some time with you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Our next speaker is Ms. Marcia Wiesma.
Welcome, Ms. Wiesma.
Thank you. What a zoo behind us. I have some questions that you left out the last time. You did not answer, did you invest the cannabis money yet? I'd like you to answer that, Sydney or Michael, please. Now, my question is, why don't you have an appeals process that we can address people? I did speak for Mr. Hernandez. We did have a policy. Some wise council person calls me and says, hey, we don't have it anymore. Yes, you do, and it should be active. But I'd like to have the truth. And the Measure Q meeting, what is your policy for the Measure Q members' terms? How long do they serve now? Secondly, what is your policy, people? Measure Q, you should be in the city to be on it. Well, a little marching on, Mr. Councilman Tex had a question. Well, Tex, you served for 2 years. You rented the building from Mr. Fickstad, so that was probably your primary reason. But you come up and you say, oh, it's because she recently had a husband get on planning and zoning. Let me tell you, I had one application in October. They asked for it again. I put the second one in. And Miss Barbara Rose stands up there and goes, well, if they would like to serve again, I guess they will. Or they can. So note your councilman. I did. Tex got scared. He backpedaled and he says, well, she's got someone going to serve on council meeting. Let's shit can her, basically. Well, I'll tell you what, there is no question about it. Mr. Wiesma and I are very honorable and honest people. I told you once before, and I'll tell you again, we model ourselves after Carmen and Mike Hernandez, and that's the way we run our lives. So there would be no cross whatever. So anyway, when are you going to do this Measure Q meeting? And are you going to put in someone that doesn't live in District 4? Tex, look at it. You know he doesn't live in there. Mary Bell told me, I called down. The registers tell me he's on the register. He's been voting for over 20 years for city, and he does not live here. He's using an address that was a warehouse. Now it's a coffee shop. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. I do. I meant the proprietor that's working in that place, and it happens to be Mr. Batici's problem.
Thank you, Mrs.
He's the
Wiesman.
one that needs to correct it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our last speaker is Miss Kathy Aguayo.
Welcome, Mrs. Guayo.
Hi. First time ever here, so I don't know how this really works. But I had an issue yesterday about towing people's cars in front of their house. I went to work, came home, my vehicle was gone. I use that car and I drive it 1 week out of the month, and it's parked in front of my house. It's licensed. It's my tags are up to date, my insurance. You guys, city came, put a ticket between my hood and my windshield. Never saw it. You guys don't have signs, so how do you educate your people from Barstow? Hey, this is a code enforcement. How do you educate them? You don't have a sign that says can't park in front of your house within 72 hours. You have to move your car. You guys cost me a lot of money today. You cost me my time at work. I had to take off, and I have to take off tomorrow to go in front of a police department interview. I had people, you guys cost me a lot of money. So how do you educate us as a community? Okay, you guys don't have signs that says no parking for so long. This is in front of my house. I did no violation. I didn't park in front of anybody's driveway. I never parked in front of a fire hydrant or in a red zone. This was my home. I have lived there for 60 years. Not once my car has ever been towed. I've never had my house broken into, nothing. And then City of Barstow comes and takes my car. Guys, it almost cost me $1,000 today. Shame on you. Because you don't educate your people in Barstow. So give me some kind of answers. How are you guys going to fix that? Do you guys send out a letter to every resident saying about the co-enforcements? No. And Barstow Police Department keeps blaming city enforcement. City enforcement blames Barstow Police Department. Get your guys' stories right. Educate me. I would appreciate it. And educate everybody else. Because you know what? I work. I pay my taxes. Now, luckily, I have the money to take out my car. A lot of people don't. There's a lot of older people that don't even know about your code enforcements and stuff. I go on vacation. I go to work out of the country for 3 months a year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Guayo. I know it's your first time, but you're limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
That is all the comments we have.
Thank you. And we'll present the closed session, please. Or the consent.
We have no comments on consent, so I'll go ahead and read it out. Item 4 is the minutes for the joint special training meeting held March 31st, 2025 at 6 p.m. The recommended action is to approve minutes as presented. Item 5, the minutes for the joint special meeting held April 7th, 2025 at 5 p.m. The recommended action is to approve minutes as presented. Item 6, the minutes for the regular meeting held April 21st, 2025 at 6 p.m. The recommended action is to approve minutes as presented. Item 7, the ratification of accounts payable expenditures. The recommended action is to approve and ratify expenses as audited. Checks 99110 through 99418 totaling $6,020,428.22, and wires 1116 through 1125 totaling $622,007.86, per the agency breakdowns as follows. City, $6,458,635.78. Fire, $183,030, for a grand total of $6,642,436.08. Item 8 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Barstow declaring its intention to set the time, date, and place for a protest hearing for property abatement costs and penalties for May 20th, 2025 at 7 p.m. for APN number 0181-091-050000 and 0818 I'm sorry, 0181-091-270000. The recommended action is to approve resolution number 5214-2025, setting the date and time for a protest hearing for property abatement costs and penalties for Tuesday, May 20th, 2025, at 7 p.m. in the council chambers, and waive the full reading for APN 0181-091-05-0000 and 0181-091-270000. Item 9 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Barstow declaring its intention to set the time, date, and place for a protest hearing for property abatement costs and penalties for May 20th, 2025 at 7 p.m. for APN number 0181-247-04-0000. And the recommended action is to approve resolution number 5215-2025, setting the date and time for a protest hearing for property abatement costs and penalties for Tuesday, May 20th, 2025 at 7 p.m. in the council chambers, and waive the full reading for APN 181-241-04-0000. And that is the end of the consent calendar, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any questions on the consent calendar by council? No questions. I see none. I'll call for the vote, a motion for the vote.
So move.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, a second by Councilmember Noble. I'll call for the vote.
And the motion to approve consent passes unanimously.
Thank you. We have no deferred items. We'll move on to business. Business action item number 10, approval of proposed mural designs, MCLB Barstow mural at 621 East Main Street, and Earth Day electrical box mural at the corner of Barstow Road and Virginia Way. The recommended action item, approve the proposed mural renderings. Number 1, MCL Barstow mural located at 621 East Main Street. And number 2, the Earth Day mural on the electric box at the corner of Barstow Road and Virginia Way. Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would invite Mayor Bel Hernandez to begin this item presentation, but I would like to have a brief statement in advance on the staff report. It was inadvertently left off in the fiscal impact, but the fiscal impact is $40,000 per year for this item in totality for the contract. With that, I will turn it over to Ms. Hernandez.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As you recall, back in November of 2024, the public service agreement was renewed with Main Street Murals to continue the mural program, but also to add the electrical box painting, which would involve the students. So this evening, as part of the contract, the murals are to be presented to the council for approval before that work actually begins. So Jane with the mural program is here, and she has brought some of the students that would like to speak in regards to the murals that they're going to be painting.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good evening, City Council and Mayor. Yes, I'm delighted to be here. We do have 2 projects, so I'm going to start with the first one, which is a mural that has been designed for, the theme is the Marine Corps Logistics Base Barstow, and it's going to be situated on 7th and Main Street, and I don't know whether we have, I don't see an image there, but I think you have all seen the image. And just for our audience as well, I will do a 360. This is the mural that has been created. This rendering was created by Kathy Fierro, who is one of our master muralists. I had the pleasure of working with the chiefs in the Marine Corps base, and all of our images were approved, and they were delighted with the mural. The building that it is being painted on is on the corner of 7th and 1st, which is Last Call Insurance, and I have the ladies here this evening. supporting. And really, it looks at the history and very unique history of the Marine Corps Logistics Base, Barstow. We have a unique color guard here that we are all very proud of. And if this mural is approved, I know that during the dedication, the Colonel and his team have requested that they bring the color guard to that dedication. So I really just pass this to yourselves and ask for you to consider this for approval.
Thank you. We'll go to questions from council. Stay there in case there's any questions from council. Councilmember Williams.
I want to thank you for what you're doing. I had the pleasure with the mayor to travel with you, and your education on the murals are unbelievable. You know, it's the heritage. You go all the way back on that, and it's not only hard to paint, and to your volunteers also thank you, but just the knowledge, the time you put into it, the study of it is amazing. And I just wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Noble, questions?
No, I don't have a question. I really want to tag on what Tex Williams just said, that amazing what you're doing. I'm a little biased because I don't see Army on here, so I was hoping maybe in the future that's something that we'll also look into as well.
And it's one mural at a time, but most definitely, yes. And there is a small mural that is on the building that is our bar on First Street, where there's a representation of that. But there will be a mural dedicated to the Army as well.
All right,
Yes,
thank you. That no
of
question.
course.
That's it.
That's a big representation for our community. It's huge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble, and I'll put that down as a question that you requested for a mural for the Army. Mayor Tom Rose, question?
My question is, when are you going to bring the Navy? My son probably serves.
When you bring the ocean to the desert.
Well, they also have air and
Yes.
golden eagles like my son,
Yes.
and so we could incorporate that also. I just want to say, I know that you put a lot of time in this, and so you did say that you met with the Marine Corps and they loved what we're looking at.
Yes, most definitely. Yes, and in actual fact, a couple of weeks ago, we did a mural tour for Assemblyman Tom Lackey. We also had our Barstow City Council here. I also had representation for the Marine Corps Logistics Base, and it was extremely well received. And also asking for more tours with that ilk of group. So yes, I also submitted an email from the Marine Corps Base in the documentation that I submitted, and it full-heartedly shows their support. They're very excited, very excited. So are we to have the privilege of doing that mural.
And you did say that Miss Kathy Farrow did this one?
Kathy Fierro designed the rendering, and then it will be Kathy Fierro with our team of artists. So it will probably be about 3 or 4 artists that complete the work.
Thank you. Simply amazing, and every mural tells a story and a legacy, and so I just want to thank you and your team.
Thank you. I mean, Barstow has so much rich history. It really is a pleasure for us to be able to do this work.
Okay. How can the public follow you so that they know when there's a mural tour?
So they can follow us by going onto the Main Street Murals Facebook page, and we also have a website where we promote the tours. And I have also been speaking with your IT manager so that we have more of those flyers on your website and your Insta page and your Facebook pages as well. So that links it all in.
Thank you.
So we have full coverage,
Great.
but I'm always open for more suggestions.
Okay, thank you. We have
And
no
we
more.
do group tours. So it's not just once a month. We normally do it on the third Saturday of the month, and we do it from downtown. But I also accept and deliver private groups or homeschool groups or any other groups that want to come and do a mural tour.
Thank you. Do we have any requests to speak from the public? Oh, did you have somebody else presenting? I'm sorry.
No, but this is a twofer, so I have a second part to this. So
Okay.
I don't know whether we're voting on that
No, it's
particular
one
one
item,
or whether
so-
we'll wait till the end.
No, it's one item, so go ahead and go to your second part.
Okay, so the second part of the rendering that we're bringing is a new program, which is a schools design program that we were excited to get involved with. And the last few months, we've been working with Excelsior Charter School in Barstow. So I'd like to call up our art teacher, and teacher extraordinaire, Miss Rhonda Kamel, and also Liliana Says. So they're going to come up, and Liliana Says, and she has the mock-up that we did and presented. So the challenge that we agreed on doing with the city was to paint the electrical boxes around Barstow, and we put it to the group about themes. And so the theme that we came up with was Earth Day is every day. And all of these designs were designed by the students in the group. Liliana, would you like to say something?
We've been working on it for a few months now, and me and a couple other students were able to make this mock-up. We've been planning for months, designing concepts, and we finally got to making the model. This is a bunch of our work. Like my friend, she's the one who did the spit, and then I did that part, and I think Isaiah did the lettering. So, and we're all really excited to get this done.
Thank you.
I'll just say thank you for this opportunity. I think this is really fun for the students and the collaboration with the city and Main Street Murals. It's always a fun time, and I love for the kids to be able to see their work in public. So thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Barhurst, before I call it for the public? Anything else?
Anything? No, just to reiterate what Rhonda has said. I mean, it's been a fun collaboration. They went out on the mural tour in December. They got an essence of what the murals are in town. And they also got to explore the Harvey House and just see that whole history, immerse themselves in the history of Barstow, but also what we're trying to achieve with this like colorful illustrations on the electrical boxes, which I think will just entertain people, make it pop throughout our network across Barstow, and put a smile on people's face as they're traveling in the cars, as they're riding their bicycles, and taking a walk with the dog.
Thank you. Please stay there. I have a question from Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
So, Miss Liliana Size, you said this took you and Isaiah and your friend a couple of months. Is that correct?
Yeah, her name is Emma. She's really talented.
Emma? Well, that was my question, but I want to tell you, thank you so much to you and your friends for making this possible. The artwork is amazing, so you keep shining, and thank you for contributing to our community.
Okay, so, request to speak?
We have no comment.
Okay. With that, I'll call for the motion.
So moved to approve?
Okay. Okay, if it's a comment, let's get a second, and then we'll go to comment. Okay, I've got a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Rose, a second from Councilmember Noble, and discussion or comment, Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. What school's next? Which school is next?
Well, I don't want to put it out there yet, but it will be a senior year. So we know what I have to finalize it and get the deal done.
No, I'm looking forward to it, and you guys did a great
Down the
job.
road.
And I love the appreciation that the students learned for art and also the history of our community. And you did do a great job. I love the box. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Okay, see no more discussion by council. I did just want to make a comment that, yes, I did go on the tour with Councilman Williams and our Assemblyman Lackey, and I encourage everyone to do it because it's not just murals, it's a story, it's a history, just good information to get. So tell them one more time where to follow you to get the tours.
When the tour is, so the tour is the third Saturday of every month, and we meet at the fountain outside US Bank. You can park your car in the parking lot, and then we head out. So I hope to see you there. And if you do have a group, on the flyers, it has my telephone number on there. You can give me a call, put in any requests, and we're more than happy to book people. I have people booked for May and June already. So super excited about doing that. And we want to accommodate any groups in the local community, but high desert. I mean, we have people coming up from LA to do this tour and from out of state. So we're trying to grow it as a tourism event. And the more that people talk about it and share it, the better. So please join us.
Thank you. With that, I call for the vote.
And the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we look forward to bringing the team back when the work has been completed. We will be doing a photo and video collage of the work, and look forward to sharing with your IT people as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Did the vote not show? Are you waiting for someone, or? Oh, it showed? Okay. Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on to item number 11, award of the contract for public facilities ventilation upgrades at the Cora Harper Community Center project to Allison Mechanical, Inc., project number 2024-1000. The staff's recommended action. Number one, city staff recommends that the city council award the contract to Allison Mechanical, Inc. for the ventilation upgrades at the Cora Harper Community Project. Number two, approve an overbid budget of $1.781010 million inclusive. Approve an overall budget, yes, of $1.781010 inclusive of a 5% contingency. Number three, approve the allocation of $316,344 in CBDG-CV COVID-19 funds, $140,281 in unprogrammed CBDG funds, and the relocation of $222,739 in CDBG funds originally designated for the ADA curb ramps and infrastructure improvement projects to the Cora Harper HVAC improvement project. Number four, acknowledge the existing CDBG award of $213,809 for the project. Number 5, authorize the city staff to pursue an additional funding source to cover the remaining project costs balance, including a 5% contingency. And number 6, request the city council authorize an additional appropriation of $887,837 from Measure Q to cover the unfunded project balance. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would like to introduce Community Development Director Heldreth to provide this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. The item you have before you is a recommendation to approve the mechanical contractor to install the HVAC system at the Coral Harper Fitness Center. The staff has been going through this process. The HVAC system, which is particularly the cooling system, it's a dual system. Obviously, it has heating and cooling. The system broke or went down offline approximately 18 months ago. And as a lot of you know, the gym was temporarily closed for approximately 6 to 7 months last year during the warmer months of the year. Back whenever we realized that there was catastrophic failure of the equipment, we started the process to try to utilize CDBG funds. We were also working with the county, CDBG, to use some additional funding mechanisms where we would upgrade the filtration system to see if we basically get more money from CDBG. And that's where you have the $316,000. They had COVID money funds still available, and they asked us if we can add filtration systems to that HVAC system, which would then allow them to provide additional funding for us. We started this process, and we initially sent this project out to bid. We only received one bidder at the time previously. Council, we recommended council reject the bid to go get more competitive competition. We went and we re-advertised. We made some changes to the plans to try to bring the cost down. Unfortunately, time is our enemy at this point. Number one, to get the facility open, but then also the equipment continues to rise in price. The availability is also another issue, and that's what drives price up even more, is that whenever we're asking for things to get expedited, to get installed so that we can utilize the facility, if you want your product or your project to move in front of the lines, they charge you more as well. So we sent this project out to bid again, and we received 3 proposals. The proposal you have in front of you is the winning contractor. There was a suspension of another contractor. We rejected their bid due to some issues with the bid, and this is the lowest bid after that. We have researched and done some other alternatives. We've thought outside the box. Can we use coolers, swamp coolers, for example? They're not the greatest thing in the world, but that is another solution. However, whenever you have a gym floor, basketball court, it's all made of wood. As a lot of us know, if anyone does have a swamp cooler, your wood in your home tends to expand, with the moisture, and then it contracts, and so then the floor, we would end up damaging that the gymnasium floor, and so we don't believe that that's a good solution. The other reason why is the cooling and the heating in the entire facility, which is the weight room, the offices, the treadmill room, the restrooms, all that. That's all part of the same system, which is heated and cooled. So currently there's no heating, there is no cooling. The heaters that we did get to come back alive are the old shop heaters that you see in some of the old facilities where they have if you walk into the gym, you'll see them, they're up in the corners. Those we were able to get to operate during the winter, but there is no heat in the rest of the facility. So the only heat was in the gym, and then we would have to try to leave the doors open to try to get the heat to go, into the rest of the building. And of course, it's a basketball gym, so the ceilings are 20 plus feet tall, and trying to get the heat to come down, it's a lot of a process. The reason why we're asking for additional funding is because we obviously don't have enough with the CDBG funds, and then the other funding mechanism with the COVID-19 funds that were available. City staff is looking for recommendations on which way to go. We've thrown a couple different options out, and I know Ms. Clayton will provide a little bit more detail, but our first initial thought would be Measure Q. And this is a community center. It's not, just a city facility, but it's actually for the entire community. So at this time, this is what staff's recommendation is, and Ms. Clayton and Matthew, if he has anything to add, because he was a part of the bid process as well, but they will add anything that I've missed.
In looking at our options, it is a very highly used functioning gym for the community. We also hosted, as very recently, the Senator Town Hall. We did experience the issues, if anybody was there, on the cooling, and that was earlier in April, where we expected to not have as many issues. And it is vital to the community. It's a use that is, again, it was very difficult to close down, as I understand, in looking at potentially closing down again, and even during the construction period is going to be challenging. So I think it's a vital project. It is a very expensive project. Projects are going to continue to rise. So we looked at other funding opportunities. Measure Q was one that was included in the staff report as the recommended action. But we also have, and it's the next item that we're looking at tonight, is the Cannabis Community Benefit Fund. It does currently have a balance, and I know that that policy has been under review in order to provide a community benefit. This is a very large community benefit that I would like to recommend as an option to the council to use that balance. The current balance is $777,000, which nearly covers the total cost of the shortfall. It's very specifically $777,791 is the total balance in that Cannabis Community Benefit Fund that was negotiated in the development agreements that was signed into with each of those businesses for the benefit of the community. This is a very big benefit to our total community. And so that's why staff would like to make that additional recommended option for council's consideration. And so with that, unless Matthew has anything else to add, staff would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I have Councilmember Williams. Questions, please?
What would the refinancing the fire truck give you the amount of money to finish the project?
I will look to Sydney to get, Finance Director Harris to get a little more additional information on the exact amount. But the cost of the funding for that fire truck is an opportunity that we could finance that would free up some money. And I'll let her elaborate on that.
So we have an opportunity with the financing for the fire truck to defer paying an entire amount at one time of, I believe it was just over $1 million, $1,020,000, and pay that amount in much smaller amounts. I believe the financing, there were many options, but one of the more viable options was to pay about $150,000 annually over the course of 20 years. That, of course, would free up the remaining balance of that $1 million to pay for other projects.
And it would leave some money left over, correct?
Yes.
Mayor, I can't bring it back, correct?
The only two that cannot bring back would be myself and Councilmember Noble.
So I'm against the cannabis money because it's not what we sold to the public. So one more time, if we do this fire truck and bring it back, it will pay for the extra money they need without touching any of the other Measure Q or the cannabis money, correct?
I believe the idea was that the debt would be paid over time through Measure Q.
Agreed.
So that would just be the $150,000 annually. So yes.
But what I'm saying is we wouldn't be looking into Measure Q or cannabis to fund if we bring back this thing and the vote went that way.
Yes, so the financing, the original financing for the fire truck was going to be a Measure Q item.
Okay.
So if we decide to do the financing, it still would be maintained in the Measure Q fund.
Agreed, agreed. How important, what's your recommendation?
My recommendation personally was to do the financing for the fire truck to allow us this opportunity to not hinder cash flow for other things that, need to happen. And we also have other opportunities within financing where if we need to obtain another asset or refinance for a lower amount, if the occasion rose, we have that opportunity versus just paying the cash out of pocket.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Hernandez, questions of staff?
Thank you. The first thing I want to ask is, will we have a loss of funds if we don't utilize these CDBG funds that we are counting on at this point?
Yes, if we don't spend CDBG money, the county has already notified us last year, when I think last year or the year before, that so CDBG, it gets audited as well. And the person that runs the CDBG program for the city of Barstow is the county of San Bernardino. So all the money gets sent to them, and then they have to, it's in a pool, and then they distribute it what the city of Barstow receives.
Okay.
The county did put us on notice last year that if we do not start to spend these funds, that they would then, because they get audited, and if they're above a certain percentage, then they would start to limit our funds in the future. So basically, they would start to penalize us if we're not spending the funds. We cannot hold them and wait for a bigger project or anything like that anymore. They want you to utilize the funds.
We need to spend.
Correct.
Is the bottom line.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The second is, how much time would it take to complete? It's been so difficult for the community, being closed for those 6 months, and basically for us to say, okay, we're going to debate over where this extra funding is, and we still haven't resolved the situation.
Yeah, so I apologize. I forgot to mention that during the presentation. The city, or what we've done is I've asked our public works superintendent to provide us an option, and what we have done is went out and obtained some quotes to have temporary cooling installed in the gym so that we can get through these summer months while we're waiting for the contractor to receive all the equipment and all the equipment to install the ductwork and the mechanical equipment. I do not know, and so the idea is even the contractors don't know for sure until they place an order when their material will be delivered, and even then it could be delayed potentially. What our plan is, or our option is to, if the council awards the contract, we would then turn around and we would ask for the contractor to provide us a schedule. Once they provide us a schedule, they would give you an ETA of, hey, we're going to start on, and I'm just throwing these dates out, but none of this is confirmed, but the contractor would sit there and tell you, we're going to start installing ductwork August 1st, just say. The other equipment will be coming in during the month of August, and we'll have fully operational by the middle of September. What we have our present part of our ask would be is to come back whenever we have that schedule, and we would ask for funding to put in the temporary cooling, which is approximately $10,000 to $15,000 a month to rent. What that would do is provide you the option to keep the gym open until the construction date starts. The gym's going to be closed once the contractor comes in. So if they were to come and tell you, hey, August 1st, we would only be renting the equipment for the next 2.5, 3 months to keep the gym cool. If they tell us September 1st, then we would be renting it for the month of August as well. But that gym will be closed whenever they start construction. And I would ask them to give us a timeline, a schedule, saying that it's going to take us a month and a half to install this, and then you guys would be able to open the facility middle of September. And those are just dates that I'm throwing out there, but that's what we would ask the contractor to provide is a schedule breakdown of when it would actually start the work.
Okay. My other concern is the tariffs and the type of equipment and where is it coming from. So how should I word this? the sooner we make a decision, it will be in the benefit of the city, since right now we are set at this price, correct?
Correct.
And my other concern was, the cooling center. We really don't have one in our community. It's supposed to be the library according to the county. And I think that at some point we need to address that with the summer months coming up. I differ on the funding source. I'm more for the cannabis that's been sitting there. And I did read what it says, for the benefit of the community. And I don't know anyone who has not used the Cora Harper.
Councilor Hernandez, I'll ask that you save that for discussion unless it's going to turn into a question.
But that's my question. Yeah, we'll get into that to the discussion. Let's see if there's something there. Right. And I understanding that either way, the funding's coming out of Measure Q with the suggestion that was made, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hernandez. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. So some of the questions that were asked, I was going to ask. What would this do to our Measure Q? If we pulled the total amount out of Measure Q?
So at year end, 6/30/24, the Measure Q fund balance was still at approximately $8.5 million, and that is due to the fact that we have not paid for the fire engine that is on order. Just at quick math, it looks like we still owe, or we would still need another about $890,000 to complete the needs for this project. So fund balance is available for Measure Q. However, we have not finished the budget process for the fiscal year 26 yet. So I would be remiss to speak on that as of right now. But in a few weeks, when we present our budget workshop, we would be better prepared to discuss that.
And, I mean, the thought of bringing it from the cannabis funds, that's the item behind this. We haven't even discussed that. So I don't even think it's appropriate to us to even be discussing the cannabis funds when we haven't even determined how we're going to spend that money. So it's kind of putting the horse, it's just like putting the cart before the horse. So I don't even think we should be discussing, period, the cannabis funds on this item whatsoever. That should be off the table right now. And though I know that it would be an option for the fire truck to be financed, but how much more in debt are we going to go? And what if something happens to another facility, to the Harvey House? Where are we going to get those funds from? So we really need to start being, continue to be strategic, be a little more concrete as to, we definitely can't afford to get so much from Measure Q, so much maybe from somewhere else. And maybe that's something that the staff should bring back to us to say, we definitely could pull it out of Measure Q. Because the last thing I want to do is go further and further in debt when we're leasing something. Because, yes, I'm sorry. The question would be, when we do lease a truck or any vehicle, we end up paying much more than it's worth, correct?
So there is the interest rate component. However, with this particular item, there is the option to pay early, which could potentially cut down the interest substantially, depending on how early we pay.
And to that point, staff believes that we would be in a better position in 5 years to really evaluate that and probably pay it down much sooner.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rose. Councilmember Williams, questions?
Yes, Mayor, earlier you said it was you and Noble, but I do believe it's Councilwoman Hernandez or Mayor Pro Tem that has to bring that back.
Yeah, my answer was that the only two that cannot bring it back are myself and Councilman Noble.
Misunderstood.
Yes. Councilman Noble.
Yeah, just a quick question. The CDBG funds, when does it have to be spent? Is there a time frame that we have to have that spent?
So we have this money. This money, or we can get reimbursed for this. The issue is that the county actually gets dinged or red flagged, which they already have. There's a certain percentage that they have to draw down in their account, and the city of Barstow is one of two cities that is on the red. We're the ones that basically cause them to be a red flag, and so they have sent us notice that if we do not spend the money, that next year they will not be able to give us our allocated amount. It would be reduced because we're showing that we cannot spend the total amount. So, and I don't know the exact number, but for example, if CDBG was giving us $300,000 a year for construction projects and we continually spend 100, they're going to lower it to 100 because it's showing that we can only spend $100,000 a year. And so that is what they put us on notice, that they want us to spend the money fast as possible. And that's what the new allocation is coming later in July. And so that's what we just keep putting us further and further behind, and we are their red dot on their list of all the cities that they use.
So this CDBG funds that we're talking about tonight has to be spent. Are there others out there that we have to spend that is related to this same situation that has to be spent since we're in that red category?
These are so if you look, there's 3 different CDBG
Gotcha.
totals on there. So those amounts will get us back into the black, I guess you can say, where we're in good standings now, and that's why they want us to expend all of that total amount, and then whenever they give us our new allocation, we have a year and a half basically to spend it. But this is several years worth of funds that we have been holding to try to get enough funds to do this project, and we just keep going further and further down to where the project just keeps costing more and more money.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Noble. Councilmember Hernandez.
Let's say we spend this and we get our funding for the new year. Can we apply that funding to what we're replacing with the Measure Q funds?
No. So currently that money is allocated to another construction project. I mean, we can defund it and but it won't go back to reimburse us for us to use it. Now, if we...
Are there possible other grants? Or it's too late?
At this moment in time, we are right on the edge of we need to get this. We need to get the money.
We need to make a decision.
Yeah, and then
the bottom line.
And the other issue is that the contractor that has provided us the quote and the bid.
That's my concern.
If prices start to escalate, his bid is going to be null and void. He is going to walk from that because he'll end up doing the project for free. So if the costs continue to rise, he's gonna walk away from his bid as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see no more questions from council. Do we have any public requests to speak?
We do. We have one, Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. Okay, let me ask you a question. Have you ever thought on doing something different? Get individual air conditioning systems for the weight room, for all these other rooms, that doesn't affect the main one for where the basketball court is. So you could actually get a smaller unit to work that. And then it has a heating and cooling system. I know I have one in my house. And they're set up for particular rooms. The cost of that should be a lot less and could lower the cost. Another thing is, I'd like to tell you that we have $150,000 in the 3% fund. Why can't that be moved over from the cannabis? That has nothing to do with the money that's earmarked or anything else. When Sydney said we had $8.6 million, 1.6 is already obligated. So it leaves a balance of $7 million. Why couldn't we take the money that we need out of that 7 million, which would give us over $6 million still left in Measure Q. That's a possibility for you to do also. You have other options, but they're not being pursued. And I don't understand that. The whole idea is you're here to come up with different options. My thing with Texas' idea of letting the engines go is we're going to pay $150,000 for 20 years, which is $3 million. Plus we lose $130,000 because we got a discount because we're paying for it all at one time. The fire engines were paid for all at one time, saved us $130,000. If we go on a time payment, that $130,000 would have to be added to the million. But even that, if you're paying $150,000 a year for 20 years, is $3 million. That's ridiculous. Why should we pay all that money? We have money, it's available, use it. And then go out and pursue grants or pursue other things, other avenues. But I do believe that you can put a heating and a cooling system in each one of those rooms and come out a lot cheaper. That would allow you to put something less, as big as it needs to be for the gym. Another thing is, if the gym one cuts out, it doesn't affect the rooms because they're on independent systems. And that's, to me, that's a good way to go. But I don't have the final decision. You do. Thank you.
We have no more comment on this item.
Okay, I'll bring it back to council. I'm going to start and ask staff to please answer the question. Did we look into other types of ways to cool that building?
Yeah, and so I apologize. Yes, that is actually what is before you tonight. We didn't bring the plans to show exactly what this is and how it works exactly. But there is exchange units that are in individual rooms that is similar to what Mr. Hernandez is referring to. And it's not the mini split that you can just put on the side of your wall and that, but it is part of the, they all have exchangers in each room. So that's individual units in each room. So like the weight room is going to have its own. And so if it were to go out, we would be replacing just that one in the future. Same thing as the gym. The gyms is obviously a lot bigger than the ones that are going to be in the weight room, but they are individual units.
Thank you. Questions, Councilmember Williams?
If we did go after the financing for the fire truck, and I understand Mr. Hernandez's issue with the $3 million, but you could pay it off right away out of Measure Q funds after you find out the 25-26 budget. Your issue is what is we're looking that's coming ahead of us that we don't know yet. So debt is a bad thing, but it's not a terrible thing. Your country's $32 trillion in the hole. It's surviving. The state of California is in the hole, $23 billion. It's surviving. So I'm not afraid of the debt, but if we can get that funding now, fix this problem now to save us money, and then pay it off, because you're still going to have an additional $300,000 excess, right?
Potentially, yes.
That could go to the fire truck right away.
Correct.
Reducing that cost for us for the payments.
There's a strategy. This type of financing, you have to pay it all. So you can't pay extra to try to bring down the balance. You have to just prepare to pay the entire amount off when you're ready.
But it would give you the option on 25-26 budget to look at it and then make an intelligent decision.
Correct.
As far as what the future is going to hold for us.
Right. There's a huge difference between $150,000 a year versus $1 million at once.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Just one quick question. So on the fire truck, we would still get the discount, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to call for the question.
I have no more requests to speak, so I will call for a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and motion to pay for the to pay for the needs of the Cora Harper and pull it straight from Measure Q. But I'd also like to bring at a later date, maybe this next city council, the refinancing of the fire truck with the caveat and the condition that we will pay it off sooner than not.
Let me clarify with the city attorney. Should we maybe save that for council comments and stick to the agenda item?
Yeah, because we don't have, this is an agenda as a discussion. Obviously, we're discussing relative options for financing, but we can't approve anything right now on the fire truck financing, because that wasn't what was agendized. So I would suggest at council comments, you can ask that we bring back an item to revisit that question.
But you can't
So
be
the
voting on it.
motion
We
would
couldn't
be,
approve it now.
so the motion would be, and just for clarification on number 6, to use the Measure Q funding, correct?
Right, the
That is-
recommendation.
Okay, and then I'd ask,
And I'll second.
Thank you.
so I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, and the number 6 would be Measure Q funding, a second by Councilmember Hernandez. Do we have any discussion by council? I see no discussion. I'll call for the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item 12, adopt City Council Policy Memorandum 2025-20, Cannabis Community Benefit Program Policy. Staff's recommended action. Number 1, provide the percentage to which Cannabis Community Benefits Program funds can be allocated to city projects, city-sponsored events, and repairs, maintenance, and/or upgrades. Number 2, adopt the City Council Policy Memorandum Number 2025-20, Cannabis Community Benefits Program Policy, with the inclusion of the suggestion percentages agreed upon by the City Council as for the aforementioned recommended action. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would like to turn this item over to the city attorney and Director Hildreth to provide this presentation.
Thank you. So I'm happy to start. So this item stems from a couple of discussions at both council and rules and policy regarding an approach for the Cannabis Community Benefits Funds. And as a reminder, the cannabis development agreements require 2 sets of payments into the city, 3 actually. Application and regulatory fees is 1. Those are spent for the purposes for which the fees are charged, the application and the regulatory component. Second is a general fund fee into the city that funds the general fund that is 3% for retail or $5 per square foot for non-retail operations, cultivation, manufacturing, et cetera. The other component is a $60,000 per licensee fee and a slightly lower fee for the non-retail components. That is for cannabis community benefits, and the intention is for that to be spent by the council as the council desires for any community benefit program. What's before you is a proposed policy to govern how those funds will be spent. The proposal stems from discussion of rules and policy, requires the council to provide final approval of all funding requests. It creates an annual process for requests to come in, review, vetting by a committee, and then come to council for approval. The committee would be 4 persons, 2 staff members appointed by the city manager, 1 community resident appointed by the council, and 1 cannabis business owner also appointed by the council. And the policy provides for limitations for which the funds can be used, namely city projects, city-sponsored community events, and repairs, maintenance, and other upgrades, and asks the council to provide direction on allocations between those 3 categories. Big picture options are to approve the policy as proposed, to make modifications, to not adopt any policy and instead have it be ad hoc approvals, and within the policy options, of course, to look at adjusting those categories or allowing funding for nonprofits, or otherwise adjusting the requirements. And last, of course, would be to adjust the committee to be a committee or not be a committee. Staff would recommend, as the Rules and Policy Committee did, adoption of what's proposed. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Mr. Hildreth, I believe had more.
Nope, Mr. Summers covered it all. But we're available for any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. Well, first of all, just, thank you to the Rules and Policy Committee and the staff that worked very hard on this. So my question would be, on page 151, there's a cannabis community benefit program percentage example. Who came up with this examples?
Staff developed those as just a couple of example options.
And the reason I ask is because the city projects is, the example is 50%. City-sponsored community events is at 40, and then the repairs, maintenance, and upgrades is at 10%. And I was kind of saddened when I saw this, because if you recall, Mr. Summers and Mr. Hildreth, if you recall, one of the things that we wanted to stay away from is all of this money going into, back to the city for city projects. Is that correct? We made that very clear, that should not be happening?
Correct. But
I understand these are examples, but I was saddened to see the examples were leaned towards city projects, and that's what we were trying to stay away from, because as you recall, Mr. Summers, in past, that is exactly what was the attempt originally, correct?
We await direction from the council.
We'll pick the percentage.
But I asked the question.
Yeah, I mean, the genesis of that is the prior ad hoc process had a request for a significant amount of money to be spent on a city-sponsored event. That came up through the process. The council was opposed. It did not get approved and directed instead development of a policy.
Thank you. That's all my questions for right now. I'll reserve for comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rose. Councilmember Williams.
The safety side of it, for the cannabis money for the police and fire, are we making sure that that's the safety of the entire city? We can pull from that for projects to be maintaining buildings or anything else?
Yes, that is very specific to public safety. Public safety as a whole could mean, yes, we have police and fire as public safety, but we also have the safety of the public in our parks and roads. If there are significant deficiencies that could cause harm, that is a public safety issue. And so absolutely it would qualify the money to be used for those purposes.
How much money is in that fund now? Do we know?
I would have to look to.
I'm not
the
certain.
finan- yeah,
I have not looked at
Finance
that
Director
detail
Harris.
for tonight's.
I thought it was approximately 130-something thousand. Or
And as I recall, so that money is allocated every year to the police and the fire budgets. I'll look to staff to confirm, but my recollection is that is spent every year.
Correct.
As the council approved budgets.
As we're going through the budgets, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Is there a way, Ms. Harris, that you can look up what's in that 3%? Because this was a potential question that was going to come up on the 3% public safety. It's very much tied. Yeah, I'd like to. Can we take a break so that Ms. Harris can look that up?
I've got a request to take a break. There's no discussion required. Any opposed? We're going to take a 10-minute break. Let's make it 8. We'll be back at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
The city manager. And Mayor Pro Tem Rose, you had the floor. You had a question.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question was, how much do we have in the 3% for public safety?
So that particular fund for this year, we budgeted $120,000, but the revenue received thus far, mind you, the fiscal year's not quite finished yet, we received $91,937 and change. There was $63,000 that was spent from this account, and I don't have the specific details. I ran a history just on activity, and so that leaves a balance of $28,000.
Okay, so, in a future meeting, we're going to need to see where that money has been spent, because we need to know where it's going. And for that amount to be spent, where did it go and how do we not know? So would it be possible that that would be something that we could be given,
Yes.
like, tomorrow?
I don't know that we can.
Pulling the reports might take some time, but that is something that we can bring back to report.
And if I could just jump in real quick as well. Oh, I'm sure staff can bring back the information on the revenues received to date and the expenditures and match those against the council-approved budget as well. The other piece to note is that I believe our accounting system breaks apart the two significant cannabis fees. One fee is the 3% fee on the retailers, and the second fee is the $5 per square foot fee on the non-retailers, the cultivation and the operators. I believe the number just cited was just the 3% fee, but didn't also pick up the $5 per square foot fee, which I suspect is also significant. So I would think it'd be helpful to get a complete picture of the fees.
So I have a question. Is this before us prematurely? Because I mean, in order for us to break down the percentages of where we want the money to be put, it would be very helpful to know exactly how much money we have in the 3% and the square footage, because when we look at repairs and maintenance, that potentially could be out of that 3% of public safety, some of the money, and this might be premature for us in saying that we may not have, that I don't believe that we have all the information we need to make an informed decision on how we break this down. And would it put us further down another meeting on not spending the money? Yes.
So my understanding was this was just specific to the Cannabis Community Benefit Program policy, We do have the balance of $777,000 that needs to be allocated. So my understanding was so that it was just looking at the policy in totality to designate how council wants to designate it. If you do feel you need more information to make that decision, we can absolutely bring back that additional information before we bring this forward, before you move forward with making your decisions.
And if I could jump in as well, we would absolutely be happy to take direction from the council. The present draft reflected the discussions focusing just on the community benefits fee, not the other fees. If the council wants to put them all together into one cannabis fee policy, that would absolutely be something the council could do, but we would need direction for that. That could be a future agenda item. The other component to note is that the council has already adopted policy in the form of the budget for how to spend the $5 per square foot fee and the 3% fee on the retailers. Also, the council adopted a resolution in 2022 that requires that half of the operating fees, which is together the $5 per square foot fee and the 3% fee, that be spent on public safety services. So that policy could also be revisited as well if the council wanted to revisit it on a comprehensive cannabis fee. But right now, per prior direction, what we have before you is just the community benefits subset, which I believe is the fund that presently has $750,000 in it and more coming in as money is paid in. But we would, of course, take direction from council.
No, and I
Thank you.
appreciate you saying that, Mr. Summers. The only reason I'm asking is that if we had the numbers in front of us to include the others, public safety, the 3%, we can make a more informed decision. Okay, some of that money can go towards safety, like Councilman Williams had stated. Then we could put a less percentage on repairs on what we're looking at tonight. But without knowing what that number is, it's kind of like just shooting a dart and saying, well, we'll just put, 40% there without knowing the other monies that could go towards that example.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, but just for clarification, the reason why you have the three funds is city projects, city-sponsored community events, and the repairs, maintenance, and our upgrades. These repairs, maintenance, and our upgrades was specific. My understanding was that this specific fund was going to be used to maintain the city projects that are funded out of this cannabis benefit program only. So if we chose to use city for an example, city projects, if council directed us to spend the money on after we go through the committee or all the things that is required, just say, for example, it's a splash pad. The splash pad is going to require maintenance to maintain that splash pad, to clean it, to do all these things. And so what my understanding is that this 10% or whatever fee is determined, that repairs, maintenance, and upgrades would be utilized only for the cannabis projects that were to come out of this fund. So it's to continue to maintain the splash pad. It's not going to be used for the pool over at Henderson. It would only be used, this fund would only be used to maintain that project that the committee approves of.
So not used for sidewalks.
Correct.
Well, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you so very much.
That's my understanding.
A lot of
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but.
Yeah, that's the present draft. Yeah.
So it would be the repairs and maintenance, and I'd say we should do a splash pad. So, okay, that makes more sense. However, it would still, we still would need to know what the money's being spent on that 3%. We should absolutely know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rose. Councilmember Noble.
So this chart, this example chart, if we were to use this example chart, will we be able to adjust those percentages based on the council's direction?
Yes. So, and it's obviously up to the council to make the recommendation on however you want to proceed. But my understanding of the way it's presented before you tonight is you fill in the blank. You tell me how much we're going to spend towards city projects. You tell me how much we're going to spend towards city-sponsored events. And just a note, whenever you review in that chart, it says the estimated is $320,000 a year. That's what we have historically been collecting for this community benefit program. That's why we feel that the number is $320,000 a year moving forward. The issue is that we've been collecting this for the past 2.5, 3 years, and that's why the number is $777,000. However, so the way it's written is that we would collect 2024, 2025 funds. That money would be used in the budget that is coming up, that's going to be adopted, and that's why we have this before you, is whenever you set the dollar amount or you set the percentages, whenever Ms. Harris brings forward the budget, it's going to have these numbers plugged in for the future 25, 26 budget. So we're always spending last year's money for next year. So that's why we're saying that 320,000. There's a second part to this that we're going to have to ask you a question on, is how do you direct us to spend the current 777,000? But what we're looking at is how do you want us to spend the current the $320,000 moving forward? So you tell us 50% goes to projects, which that's 100 and something thousand, whatever that number is. But you tell us the percentages, and that's how it would break down. Then there's going to be a second question of how do you want us to spend the current balance. But everything is basically, you tell us the direction. Everything's based on $320,000 a year.
And to elaborate on the question you asked on, can we change that going forward? Yes, but this is actually part of the policy. So the percentages here are recommended to go in the policy, so it would have to be a policy update, not just a budget update.
Got you. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Noble. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. There's a difficulty with percentages, isn't there, when you're describing maintenance?
So during the rules and policy, listening to the community whenever they were making comments about the policy as well, some of the things that came out of it as well is that, and it depends if you guys adopt the entire policy and don't make changes to it. The idea is that we do not have to spend or utilize all the funds that fiscal year. So, for example, say the project, city projects, it's supposed to be $150,000 a year based on the number you guys set. If a project comes forward to us, and the council ultimately will be approving these projects, if the project comes forward and it's only $120,000, then there's $40,000 or $30,000 left over. They would stay inside of that fund for another year's project, or it can be revisited by the committee to say, this came up, we would like to do a $30,000 project. And that would, again, come before council. So the fund is.
So you're limiting it to those three specific.
Yes, ma'am.
That you've labeled projects, correct?
As
Does
recommended
my
by the committee, And
Right.
I just want to elaborate on his answer as well. For instance, the 10% for the replacement, it basically would be held into a replacement reserve, if you will, for any projects that were funded out of that fund, so that we don't get to a point where there's a major upgrade or replacement that's needed for the project, and we have nothing built up in that fund.
And that's my concern. Wasn't that the issue with the pool? Why we ended up losing it? Could we maintenance?
Well,
that's the answer.
Yeah.
Could we maintenance?
The current pool, the Henderson pool, or the
I'm
indoor pool?
I'm talking, yes, about our favorite, indoor pool.
So I don't know the history on how it became abandoned, but I do know it's significant money to try to rehab that facility to bring it up, and you're talking millions and millions of dollars.
Okay, and that's my primary concern, because my understanding was, the way I looked at it, was I thought that if you didn't spend the money, let's say in the city projects or whatever, and then you have the event and maintenance, that within that year, if, let's say, more events came up or those type, and those funds were not already assigned, that those funds could be used to expand the ones that were current and were in need, up to, you know, the amount of money that we said we were going to spend. That was my understanding.
Well, my understanding is that
Yeah, because
If it's
what I'm
city-
hearing from you is, no, it stays there.
only, so for example, city projects, if you say it's 50%, if the council directs us it's 50%, just use this chart, 50, 40,
I don't like
10.
that chart. Go ahead.
But I'm just saying, if you use that and those numbers, 50, 40, 10.
Right.
I would, so repairs and maintenance, like Ms. Clayton was referring, is that, for example, if we built a brand new, put lights at one of the fields.
Right.
If we were to do that, the repairs and maintenance, we're not going to be using those funds for a couple of years and to change out a light bulb, for example.
Right.
So that those funds would continue to build in that until we did another project, and then we can use, and 10%, if you just were to use that, this is not going to maintain something.
Anything. That's why I'm asking.
For any substance, you know. But it's a great idea to use that money to maintain the facility, and it will build up over time depending on what the project that is selected. But I cannot go use that. In my understanding is that I cannot go use maintenance and repairs to go. Council can do what they want, but I can't bring that back and say we're going to go use it for a Cinco de Mayo event.
No.
So that's my understanding is that if it's a city project funded, and that's what it is, then that money is for city projects. If it's for community events, that money is for community events. That's what you're setting tonight. I'm not allowed to bring money, I'm going to go use this fund to go pay for this. That's my understanding, unless the direction is different.
Okay. 'Cause, yeah, my understanding, okay, as an example of a city project, Councilman Williams was concerned about the fields. And we have a set amount of money, you know, that they said it would be required, that we could make that a city project. And then the maintenance, according to what you're telling me, funds would be there to maintain those fields because we paid for it with the Cannabis Community Fund. Is that correct?
My understanding is correct.
Right?
If we,
I'm just giving that as an example.
correct.
So I have an idea of, and the other thing is we have no guarantee that it's going to be ongoing. So that was also my concern, you know, in regards to city projects. It's more something that is feasible and is going to be ongoing. So I'm in agreement with Mayor Pro Tem that we really need to have a little more information as to the resources we have and the typical type of project, city project, right? When we're talking amount of money, it isn't that much when you start looking at it as $320 a year, as opposed to looking at this big chunk. So, okay.
Thank you, Councilor Hernandez. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. So I do want to make some clarifications because this went through rules and policy. And when we talk about this, it was my understanding as we were going through this that when we talk about city projects, these are new city projects, correct? These are like splash pads. We had threw around the lighting at the soccer field. But it's not to maintain Stringham Park. It's not to maintain the sports park, though we already have funds for that, though that comes from Measure Q. These are specific to add something tangible, something that we can see and feel and touch and that everybody can benefit from. We're talking about potentially a space, correct? These are my questions. We talked about potentially a skate park, correct? A splash pad. We even talked about a Veterans Memorial Park where you can actually go and read the names of the veterans and have some statues there. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's what my understanding is, and it's also my understanding is that the community events are not to add to the existing events that we have, i.e. the Christmas event or the holiday event and the 4th of July, correct?
As it's presented, yes, you're
These
correct.
are absolutely brand-new events for the whole community to enjoy, that the committee would recommend. And then the repairs would go towards, for instance, the lighting or the splash pad, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah, so that's what we were talking about. Thank you.
That's all captured. If I could jump in on the definition section, packet page 147.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rose. Councilmember Noble.
So let me just get this. My understanding tonight for this policy is just to break down to percentages that we want to move forward with. And if we can break them down tonight, then staff can move forward with some of the spending of that 77.7 amount of money.
Yeah, so what we're trying to get you to establish tonight is the percentages, correct? On the 770, or on that fund particularly.
Yes.
We would still go through the budgeting process. We would put it into the fund to be used for next year, depending on what the amount is you tell us. And then, depending on the direction of this council, the way it's presented now is that it would go to the committee. They would propose 3 or 4 projects, depending on funding. We would bring that back to the council, and the physical impact would show that we're using the Cannabis Promotional Fund to pay for that project. That would be before council for approval.
So hypothetically, if we split the percentages equally on all 3 projects and then move forward, can we come back through rules and policy to adjust it if we should need to adjust it?
I would say it wouldn't need to really go through rules and policy again. It would just be a policy update that could come to council, right? If you wanted to change the percentages in the future. That's unless there was council direction to send it back to rules and policy. But I think that's something that the remaining portions have been vetted, and it's really come down to just the percentage. I think that's a majority of the policy that's up for discussion.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Sorry, I forgot to ask one question. Thank you, Mayor. If this were tabled tonight, I know that we would have to build it into the budget. We still have time, correct, to bring it back to our next meeting? We have the other numbers in front of us, and that way we can kind of, each and every one of us here can kind of sit on this, think about it, think what would be the best way to move forward. We still have time, correct? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I see no more council members requesting. I have one question. Can you give me an estimate of the cost to run a committee meeting for the city?
I will look to defer to Finance Director Harris to see if she has that approximate information. I know that we recently evaluated those costs in looking at utilizing the committee forum on a public space. On the public streaming space, but I don't know that we captured the total cost of the committee. So I don't know that we have that total amount available today.
Correct. The original inquiry was regarding adding the ability to be able to stream more meetings. And so we took a look at the cost of streaming those particular meetings, which also included a staff person and whatever their rate overtime or otherwise would be. But we did not specify that to one particular meeting. It came as a package of information that we had to purchase for the purpose of live streaming.
Okay, thank you.
We'd have to break it down. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I see no more questions from council. Do we have public's request to speak?
We do. Our first speaker is Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. I don't know, this has been confusing because it's been going on so long. But if you were to break it down to 3 funds, like one for the parks and one for new events, But my understanding, it wasn't supposed to be used for ongoing events. That was originally what it was put down. So I don't know, are you proposing to finance projects now and then in other words, they can bring them back? Because you're talking about doing maintenance on the parks, putting something in the park and then allowing so much money for maintenance. How is this exactly going to work out? I mean, you know, it's confusing because one thing you say, you don't want projects coming back. Next thing you say, well, we have to support ongoing projects. So I think the first thing you got to do is make up your mind. Are you going to support ongoing projects or one-time projects? Because originally when it came out was that the money would be used on a one-time project. And then the next time you would have a different project come up. But I don't know, now the way you're going, it seems like you want to set it up on particular projects and then have ongoing maintenance on those projects. And as far as the beneficial fund, I think it should be what actually benefits the whole community. We need things that are different than what we have, new, but something that can be, everybody gets a chance to get involved with. A perfect example, pickleball, when it first started out, it was for the kids. Now adults are playing it. Everybody's playing it. And I think that's good because it gives an overall picture that everybody has representation. They have a right to get involved. And I think that's important. When all age groups are involved, we all benefit because the money belongs to everybody in the city. It's not only money that you're collecting from this or that. It's supposed to benefit the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Our next speaker is Ms. Tiffany Gibbons.
Welcome, Ms. Gibbons.
Thank you, Barbara Rose, for stopping the corruption that was happening with the first account. That is why we're here today, is because it was corrupt and how they were spending it was corrupt. Ms. Hernandez, it's pretty rich of you that you didn't make 4 committee meetings and it's taken 9 months to get here and you were part of the problem. Thank you, Tex Williams, for stepping up. But at the end of the day, this is why people don't trust you, is because you say one thing and you come back and you do another. Line item number 11 tonight said number 6 was for Measure Q. Your city manager then suggested it come from cannabis. Why didn't you guys put that in here so I could speak on number 11? It's a great way of cock-blocking your community and your citizens not to be able to have a voice. You guys are great at that if you haven't noticed, because for 9 months, I've watched you do it, and it's horrible. As far as the community fund, Mr. Silva, Mr. Summers, go back and look at the videos because you're on record saying that this is a voluntary donation. If you make me do it, it's not voluntary. I came up and said I no longer wanted to because for 3 years you haven't spent it. Carmen Hernandez suggested that we use these funds already for the community center. And here we are delayed 3 years later and magically that's what she wants to use it for. You don't see the discrimination at all in a community volunteer fund. You guys, for the record, $2.9 million. 2.2 of it you have spent. Would one of you like to tell me where it went? Because when Tex Williams asked Heidi Riley last week, she couldn't said Chris Heldreth, Sydney, we don't know where it went. You guys have received $2.9 million and you spent 2.2. And out of the volunteer fund that's supposed to go back into the community, now we want to use it on the Core Harper Center? Imagine that. You guys need to look at these funds and think about them because when you do a project, it costs a lot of money. Let's say we use the $777,000 the first time. $700 goes to the projects. That's a splash pad and it's lights at 8th Street Park. That's it. You could put $50,000 into events and $27,000 into maintenance. Again, the first 5 years, we're not going to have a lot of maintenance. When they say community benefit touches it, meaning if we do a splash pad, we pay for the pumps, we pay for the lights. That's the intention of it. Anything community benefit touches, it should be helpful in maintaining the responsibility. So when you guys do your 320, if you guys did 80% projects, that's only $256,000. That wouldn't cover splash pad. If you did events for 15%, that's $48,000. That's pretty generous. If you did maintenance at 5%, it's $16,000. 80% for projects will actually get us to a goal of getting there. 15% is amazing for $50,000 more in events to this community on top of what you have. And the maintenance is provided, but we won't need it right away. So really consider these numbers, because 50% of a project, you're not going to have a project. You will have more in events, and the community will eat you alive, because they don't understand why you have homeless and hungry people, but we're going to put $50,000 more into events.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbons.
Our next speaker is Ms. Marcia Wiesma.
Welcome, Mrs. Wiesma.
Thank you. Well, she's a tough act to follow. I mean, she says it as is, better than anyone else can. That is a lot of my concerns. It's been too long. You've wasted years. You let it build up, and then all of a sudden someone wants it for this and someone wants it for that. Guys, she spelled it out so clear to you guys. Open your ears, sit up straight, listen to what she said. She definitely knows what she's talking about, people. And I've watched it. It went through back to Homeward, back into the rules and policy. It was a battle back and forth. We want, we should, we do. They thought they had it worked out. It comes back to here again, and hey, man, this may not be what we want. Well, gosh almighty, don't put it on the agenda if you're not sure. But listen and take heed to what Miss Gibbons said. It was exactly coming from her heart, coming from most of her community people that benefit her by working with her, seeing her in the community. And by the way, she's not a Barstow resident, yet she's giving her time, her effort, and her money to get this going, her and her family and her business. So show them some respect. Get this taken care of. Quit fooling around. We don't need to waste another year. Get it done. Follow directions. Please listen to Tiffany and all of her people that she's gathered information for. It's been to back and forth in the rules and policies. It should have been decided. It should have been very easy to do. But this council, you're not transparent and you do not work together. And if I hear transparency and we're working together one more time, I think I'm going to throw up on my shoes, because you're not.
Thank you, Mrs. Wiesma.
We have no more comment on this item.
Okay, I bring it back to the council for questions. Seeing no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
You know what, I'd like to go ahead and motion, let's just go ahead and move this forward. I'm going to motion that we put 80% to city projects. These are new projects, absolutely new projects, not upgrading the police department or the city hall, but new projects like a splash pad. So 80% to city projects, 15% to city-sponsored community events, brand-new events, and 5% to repair, maintenance, and or upgrades. That is my motion.
Do I have a second?
I'd second it.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem for 80% to projects, 15% to events, 5% to repairs, maintenance, and usage. The second by Councilman Noble. Before I call for the vote, I'm going to make a subsequent motion. I'm going to include all that, but I'm going to say to remove the committee from the resolution. So it would be done with no committee. That's my motion.
I would like to make a subsequent motion.
I'll wait for the second. Don't mind if I don't get one.
I'll second.
Okay, my motion is to accept the first motion as far as the breakdown of 80, 15, and 5, but to have no committee. I have a second by the Councilmember Hernandez. Is there any discussion? Okay, I'll call. Okay, Councilmember Williams, discussion.
What's the reasoning for removing the committee?
The original policy ordinance never called for a committee. There's a cost to a committee. Sometimes the council just has to put on their pants and make decisions without a committee.
Okay, put our pants on, okay. Well, what we could do is, We could not have security for the police officers here and save some money. If you want to take care of committee money, you know, the committee is for the committee to tell us what they want. Committee is about being transparent, about making sure that we're doing the right thing. By taking the committee away, it's the same thing with Measure Q. You might as well get rid of that one too. Let's just chop them all off.
Measure Q was in the resolution. But no, I understand, and the council will vote on that. It's in a motion. Nobody has to agree. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. I definitely have to agree with Councilman Williams. The reason that the Rules and Policy are recommending a committee is because the committee there's plenty, the committee is a diverse committee, and they would be able to look at everything and make the recommendation to us. And I feel that the committee is extremely important because they're going to look at it away from politics. And they're going to, you know, make these decisions. There is a cost to everything we do. There's a cost to every committee. And to say that we don't want the committee on this one because it costs, well, I agree with Councilman Williams. Get rid of all the committees if it's a cost. And we make all the decisions. We need the help of our community members. We need the help of other viewpoints other than the 5 up here. A committee is critical, so I don't agree with getting rid of the committee whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rose. I see no more requests to speak, so the order would be, and these are good arguments. I just want to give the option of no committee. So we would vote on the subsequent motion first, which would be the same split but no committee. I'll call for the vote on that.
No.
That motion is
Okay, the motion fails. I'm sorry, go ahead and call it.
The motion fails 3-2.
Okay, now I'll call for the vote on the first submitted by Mayor Pro Tem for the 80-15-5. This will keep the committee. Call for the vote.
And that motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. We'll move on to number 13, assessment and funding needs for the Sport Park field improvements. The recommended action, staff is requesting direction from council on the following. Should staff explore the possibility of pausing or reprioritizing the planned repairs in order to reallocate approximately $125,000 for the sports park field improvements with the current fiscal year? Number 2, if immediate funding is not available, should the sports park field improvements be prioritized for consideration during the fiscal year 25-26 budget planning process? City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. At the request of Councilmember Williams, with the second from the mayor, staff was asked to assess the current conditions of the 2 remaining infields at the sports park to explore funding. Specifically, Councilman Williams requested this item to evaluate the use of public safety funds generated by the cannabis sales to upgrade the athletic fields, including the field renovations to ensure the safety of student athletes and the public using the park. So with that, staff is happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Williams.
Can we get the maintenance supervisor up here?
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
First of all, I want to say you're doing a great job. Second of all, can you tell me the conditions of the 2 bottom fields currently as we speak, what we got going on?
The white field has accumulated clay into the grass, the infield grass, which is made a hazard there for the baseball players playing. That is a hazard at this current time.
Could you tell me the repairs that you've done to make it safer with home plate where we had an accident up there? Can you talk about that?
So I sent staff up there to evaluate home plate. they made the repairs by adding additional clay and compacting the clay with moisture. This should always be done when maintaining the fields.
Are you aware of a hole in home plate third base where people are sliding into a caved-in hole?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay. Myself, Mayor Pro Tem, and the mayor were at the event up there, and we watched the kids fall as they were running across to get to our hands. That right there showed me right now we had a problem down there. When's the last time you guys put a overhaul maintenance on those two fields?
It's just basic maintenance. It's basic dressing of the infield.
When's the last time you did a major upgrade on those two fields?
I don't think we have, council member.
Exactly. Tell me about the three fields on top that you did do the maintenance and how different it is between the two on the bottom.
It is night and day.
Absolutely, it is. As I walked that thing, it's unbelievable. How long would it take you to do the maintenance on that?
The contractor estimates time about 30 days. The reason is by the time they transplant the grass, the turf, it needs to take to the field. So a minimum of 30 days in order for the field to be resolved.
What's the most dangerous part of that field right now?
Obviously, it's the infield where the grass meets the clay. I mean, there's a substantial height there. And the other is it's probably lacking in good clay. We do have clay, but it's not it's been wind blown, and so we don't have 100% clay.
I'll tell you, that's the first thing the mayor saw when we were up there, was that hump out there in the middle of that field. And water-wise, what would it do for us to recondition that field? Will we save money on watering?
That is a tough question because Mother Nature plays a big factor in watering the fields here in Barstow. I would like to say yes, council member, but I don't.
New grass is better than old grass, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And we have introduced a new seed into our program,
Absolutely.
and we're seeing some good benefits to it.
Including saving on water with the new seed.
Yes, sir.
Hey, last question for you. If you walk on the outside of that field or into the stadium or into the sports park, there is grooves coming down the fence line where the fence posts are actually coming loose. What caused that?
So on windy days, it's a number of things. On windy days, the wind will carry the water past the warning track. Plus, staff has been asked to replace the nozzles and lower the trajectory of the sprinkler so we can be more. What's the word? We're not wasting water. We're putting water where it needs to be, and that's on the grass.
What would be the cost if that fence fell, where the pylon, the concrete base is basically exposed because of all the runoff from the water? That trench that it caused, there's 5 trenches, am I correct? Around that facility.
Correct.
And that's what we looked at the time when me and you were up there.
Correct.
Is that fence in jeopardy?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Noble?
Hey, just a real quick question. When we had the top 3 fields completed, why didn't we not have the bottom 2 done?
It was based on scheduling with the baseball and softball.
Okay. But that's the only reason why we didn't get them done. It wasn't because of funding or anything like that.
Well, Measure Q was going to fund some of those fields, but then we also have other projects that require Measure Q funding. So it was based on what was the need now.
And who made the decision not to do the other 2 fields?
I will take account on that.
I'll
And that's the council's choice, though, if I could jump in.
Yeah.
Funding is obviously the council's choice in the end, not staff's.
Absolutely.
And to elaborate just a little bit on Mr. Alva's comment is we made the decision to, the city, as in staff, we made the decision to not do those bottom two fields because the season was starting. So like Mr. Alva said, if we were to go in there and like currently, for example, if we were to have the funding to go in there today, we would shut down those fields. And currently they're being utilized by the league. So softball and I think T-ball or Little League, those organizations are utilizing those fields. So if we were to shut it down, it's 30 days after the project's complete. We did Lillian, we did the top fields over at the sports park. We're currently working at Fogelson Park right now and doing the lights and the infield and potentially the outfield too, depending on budgeting. So we're working on those currently. And the reason why we did not do those two lower fields is because of the season starting. We were able to keep the upper fields closed while everyone else was utilizing the bottom fields. So it was a strategic move to keep the fields in operation instead of just shutting down the entire park. So that's why we didn't do it all at one time.
So if that's the case, would we be able to do them now? And when would we be able to do them and get them completed?
I believe season ends in the next 30, 45 days. We're in May. Yeah, I think basically we would, if we were to get funding, we would not even be able to start that project until approximately July, just because of the season and then awarding a contract and going through with getting the contractor on board to come in and do that. And besides, in addition, they're currently working at the other fields as well, so they're not able to stop. They're going to finish that field and then they would go back and go to the other location. So currently, even if you provided us the funding today, we would not be able to accomplish this until after the season and then mobilize with that contractor. And it's going to roll into the next fiscal year.
And based on the seasoning ending, have we made repairs enough to take us out until July?
I believe so.
Enough repairs to where Councilmember Williams brought up a lot of issues that was wrong with the fields.
Well, the field that Councilmember Williams is concerned with is definitely a hazard. It is a hazard.
But is that something that we can fix between now and until the current season's end, and to where we can do the major repairs?
The answer would be yes, but the organizations that are playing up there, they would have to pause.
Okay. And do we have the funding for the repairs that they're asking for? But also I heard something about the fence line also needing repair.
Correct. I don't know if the fence was included in part of this budget, but I do believe that the fields were already slated for repair, so the budget should be available.
Do we have a projection on the cost for the fence line and all that as well?
No, sir.
How soon could we get that?
I can start on it immediately. I mean, if it's posing a hazard and the integrity of the fence line.
So in my opinion, I haven't seen the fence, but if the fence is going to fall down, then I wouldn't necessarily. It would lean. The way the fences are constructed, if one pole were to fall or to be eroded, then the fence would start to lean. Currently, we just need to do some maintenance up there to get it to where it's suitable. But here again, we have a deficiency of all of our parks, not necessarily hazards and damage, but we can make our grass greener. We can make our bathrooms nicer. We could do all kinds of things that cost millions and millions of dollars. We currently don't have the funding to do that. So we have identified a lot of deficiencies, not hazards, but deficiencies at our parks. And we of course, whenever we would get the funding, we would prioritize certain things over others. But currently, all we're asking or all that is proposed is Mr. Williams is asking us to add funding to be able to do the infields at the two facilities. They're approximately $55,000 a piece. And so that's why we're asking, that's why the number is the $120,000.
Right, and I definitely concur with that. I just want to make sure that we're tackling everything that relates to that field so that we won't be constantly coming back and forth asking for more when we can get it all done in one walk.
Yeah, I mean, I will take as much money as you want to give, but we don't have enough funding. But for us, what we've identified, the fields and deficiencies and throughout the parks, throughout the roads, everything. And what we're trying to do is whenever we get the funding, which we received $800,000 last year, specifically for this, that's why we utilized it at multiple field locations, and then that's why also Vogelson Park is getting both those fields redone currently. They're getting new lights and they're getting the fences moved, and we're redoing the entire infield and the outfield for those parks. That's where a lot of that money is going, and then also, depending on this year's budget coming up, we would utilize those funds to do the remaining fields at the sports park.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
Thank you,
I would
Councilman
like
Noble.
to, I'm sorry, I would like to interject in that if we have identified there's a hazard, we cannot allow the public to remain remain using the area that's identified as a hazard. It's a risk, and we need to address that immediately. So I know that we'll need to do some more investigating, but the fact that it has been identified, we need to address it immediately.
And so that'll include closing down any field that is identified as a hazard, closing off the area near the fence that's been identified as a hazard. Anything like that that's been identified as a hazard cannot continue to operate pending repairs. And the council could, as a policy choice, allocate additional funding as the council sees fit from available funding sources to cover those hazard repairs. In the end, funding is a council choice.
Yeah, and when we throw around hazard, that's a big word. What is considered a hazard, and who makes that determination that it's a hazard versus a safety or whatever?
In the end, it's a jury and a judge if there's a lawsuit filed.
No, I understand.
But in the meantime, it'll be the city manager and staff's decision on what presents an unacceptable risk to public safety.
Absolutely.
And those will be the facilities that'll be closed.
And I wanted to clarify too is what some people determine as a hazard, others I did, and I haven't looked at the fields, but I played at the high school. I've played at Vogelson, and there's been a hump at the high school for the last 20 years. So is it ideal? No. You don't want to play. You want to play at Dodger Stadium, but that's not reality for all of our parks throughout the entire country. Now, do we strive to make improvements and fix those things? Yes, but to call it a hazard, that's up for, like Matthew identified.
And that's where we would want. I'm sorry, I apologize. We would want an inspection,
Right,
a safety
exactly.
inspection.
Our safety inspection team will take a look at those.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Noble. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
City Manager, Ms. Clayton, thank you so much for being so proactive and bold on what you just said, because in my note, I put a big stop, that we need to have an alternative, because Councilman Williams asked our director to come and speak to us, and I wish we would have known that that was going to happen, because the words came out of this individual's mouth, hazard. So we do need to stop it. We absolutely need to, I totally agree, and I hope this council agrees that, yes, we have sports events going on right there, but our attorney said it well. We absolutely cannot afford to know that there's an issue and present this liability to say, keep playing. So I would like to, of course, when you said a complete evaluation, I put analysis, but a complete evaluation, stop what's going on down there, and an alternative schedule, work with your staff on an alternative schedule, because the schedule that's happening up in the upper field, is that for the adults?
I'll have to defer to staff. I don't know that we have staff here that can answer
It's
that.
for the adults. If it is for the adults, then we need to, find out the alternative schedules where we can take these youth teams somewhere else. Where can we put them instead of putting them on pause?
And what we can do is have an immediate emergency inspection process and get a safety inspector. I had a similar instance in former city, not this city, but where a parent of one of the players decided to fix one of the light fixtures that was not working. But that's a safety issue in that that wasn't a bonded, licensed, and, appropriate contract to fix that light. So we had to shut that down, put safety hazards up, immediately inspect it. It took 1 day. We inspected it in 1 day. We got somebody out there that was an actual electrician that made the correct changes, and it was certified, and we reopened it very quickly. So we can make that immediate inspection schedule. We can contact the safety inspection team that we, whether it's a consultant or otherwise.
I appreciate it because I believe that what we heard, we were all blindsided on what we just heard, and I wish that the conversation could have happened prior to being blindsided right here on the spot. Is it transparency? Yes, but now we are at the point where we all, I think, have to agree to say stop. Correct?
That is my recommendation, absolutely. And as the city manager, I would absolutely have to stop and have this inspection done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rose. Councilmember Williams. Mr. Alva, also stay there for my questions after I clear this board.
Yes, sir.
You've already confirmed that the hazards that you did look at, I mean, we're not going to fix the hump. That's just a fact on it. But the home plate we talked about, you just said you corrected that. So to make the other council members a little more comfortable, those hazards that were identified were fixed by you immediately when you were contacted, correct?
That is correct.
The home plate that was extended 2 inches or 3 inches up, how did you fix that one?
The clay was brought in, and the clay was I'm lost for words, but there was missing clay.
Right.
And so we brought more clay in and we recompacted it.
That's where the person got injured sliding into home plate. How soon did you fix that as you got that complaint?
I'm not sure we have
Mayor?
enough facts on the table to
Yes.
discuss a particular incident in detail. We would need more analysis of that situation.
How soon did that home plate get fixed?
Mr. Councilmember Williams, I'm not sure we have enough information before us to really dive into the facts of an apparent past incident. Staff can certainly prepare a detailed analysis, but I'm not sure we have that information off the top of our head.
Mayor, may I ask for a point of order, please?
Point of order, please.
Thank you. I believe that our city manager has already identified that we need to do a complete evaluation, and any further questions, I think, should be refrained from moving forward on any other questions being asked until you have the opportunity, until our city manager has an opportunity to do the full evaluation. At this point, I think we're at mute point because we know that we've identified there's some issues, but now the evaluation should be happening. So I'm asking that Mr. Alva not answer any more questions until he has the opportunity to sit with our city manager and do the complete evaluation with the team.
I'm going to allow more questions, but you could call a question if you want a second for stopping
I'll
the
go
question.
ahead and call the question, please.
Okay, do I have a second to call the question?
Second.
Okay, I have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Rose. I have a second by Councilmember Hernandez. No discussion allowed on call the question. We'll go straight to vote. Call the question. We're just calling the question.
So this will be, if this motion passes, then we will immediately take public comment, and then any council vote may happen from there, because we haven't yet taken public comment. I assume there were
Just-
cards submitted?
Just for clarification, Mr. Matthews, so calling the questions even means after public comment, we're not going to go to more questions and discussion. We'll go straight to vote. After
Correct. We need a motion and then a vote. Yep.
Right, thank you. So everyone's clear? Cast your vote, please.
And the motion passes 3-2.
Okay, motion been called. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do. Our first speaker is Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome,
Mike
Mr. Hernandez.
Arthur, California. First of all, I don't understand what you did. You called for a vote without public comments. I thought public comments was part of the issue. It's supposed to be asked before you go to a vote. I didn't know you could go to a vote and then after you do it. Okay, going back to what Tex was saying, if the posts are bad, why don't you just call a company that puts up fences? They can put new posts in. It doesn't take that long. I had my house redone. The fence was falling down. I called the fencing company. They came in, took the fence down, put new poles in, put the fence back. That would resolve your problem. As far as the fields, repairing the fields, where's that money coming from? Is it coming from Measure Q or is it general fund money? You never did, nobody asked the question, but I'm asking it right now. Where's the funding coming to repair the parks? You don't want to answer, okay. So I presume it's coming out of Measure Q because every time you have something going on, it comes out of Measure Q. I don't understand why the money couldn't be taken out of the cannabis fund. That's a new project. Why couldn't you take the lights and repairs of the parks out of the cannabis money? You can't keep on digging Measure Q. Measure Q is going to hell, basically because we're getting less and less tax money coming in. And you have to be more vigilant in spending money. As far as I can see, you guys are just throwing money away hand over fist. And you're not taking in consideration the revenue is going to be less coming in to Barstow. When you make decisions on spending money, you have to take in consideration that it's going to be less money coming in every year now. They got road tax coming on and other issues. I'm looking forward to seeing the budget to see how much shortfall we had last year and what the future holds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Our next speaker is Ms. Marcia Wiesma.
Welcome, Mrs. Wiesma.
Thank you. Again, it's hard to follow someone that's been doing this for 45 to 50 years. He is an excellent speaker. My questions would be, I believe you said you had 2 weeks, maybe 3 left to play. It would be a lot easier to just temporarily fix the fence. You can't do anything for the field. You can't plant grass. You can't roll out a turf. So you're kind of stuck in that area. And you should probably wait on that one. My other question was, they mentioned something about the water. Well, they also identified that it was not a problem. But what is the liability if someone does get hurt? Do we sign waivers to play? I believe we do. But I can understand why you're scared about lawsuits. We had so many of them the prior one, council, and I'm sure we've got quite a few this one. But anyway, how long would it take to get this field going? If we only have 2 to 3 weeks, maybe they could make some temporary arrangements to make the players safe and let them play. Perhaps you could also find another field. But as we've discussed in many, many meetings, the fields are busy and banked up. So I think you got a little bit of a problem. I'm glad Tex brought it to the council. And I'm sure that Tommy is there at a moment's notice, and he does know what he's talking about, so we need to trust him. I think you need to get together, put your heads together, think a little bit about it. What could we do to get them through the 2 weeks and then seal off the fields and make them ready for next year? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wiesma.
We have no more comment on this item.
Okay, so no more questions, discussion by council. However, I would like some questions answered. Mr. Matthews, could you answer the question that, or explain that no vote was taken on this agenda matter and explain what call the question is to the public?
Yes, when the council makes a motion to call the question, it shuts off the present questions or debate and moves straight to vote. as the motion may be, and then the vote may carry. We, of course, can never take action without taking public comment, hence we did take public comment just now. Thank you.
Okay, so to clarify, call the question is no motion on the agendized item, correct? It's not a motion on.
Correct. Yeah, the vote did not approve the agenda item. Now we would entertain, through the mayor, a
Okay.
motion and a vote.
So with that, with no more questions or discussion allowed, with the question called, I call for a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to, a motion, but I do have a clarifying question for our city-
Unfortunately, we cannot. You called the
Oh,
question.
thank you. Sorry about that.
I have questions too. We are not going to know where the funding's coming from because that's a question. So now we have to make a motion without knowing where the funding's coming from.
The motion could provide where the funding is coming from.
Do that. Make a motion to provide.
I'd actually like to motion to table this so that we can look at what other funding options we have. So I'm asking to table this.
I have a motion.
Yes.
I have a motion to the table by Mayor Pro Tem Rose, a second by Councilmember Hernandez. Again, no discussion, so I'll call for the vote.
And the motion passes 3-2.
Move on to agenda item 14. Update to the classification and compensation plan to amend the unrepresented portions with no budget impact. The recommended action, number 1, approve resolution number 5216-2025 to update the classification and compensation plan to include the positions of Administrative Service Director and Police Chief. And number 2, approve the unprecedented at-will positions of Administrative Service Director and job description. Again, City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This item is to adjust the positions primarily within the city manager's office. We currently have recruited and are in the middle of onboarding a new assistant city manager. That assistant city manager does have a background in economic development, whereby we have a current vacant economic development director within the city manager's office that I would like to, instead of filling, I would instead like to develop the proposed position of Administrative Services Director that can serve as a director over multiple departments. We currently have some departments that do not have a director of that department, including Human Resources, Information Technology, other departments such as Public Works and Community Services, Parks and Rec. Our departments that do not have a standalone director. This Administrative Services Director position is specific to Human Resources and Information Technology, but being at the capacity that it could serve as the director of multiple departments. With that, it would be the same range as the Economic Development Director, so it would be, as a budget item, it would be a transfer of budget, no budget impact, and the position is an unrepresented at-will position, so the proposed job description is attached. Additionally, I would like to propose we have a fully budgeted public information officer position in the city manager's office, and instead of filling that position, I would like to reclassify the executive assistant position so that it could be a dual role and fill that, as well as covering special projects, monitoring other special areas. We are in process of evaluating. We have, in addition to Public Information Office, Legislative Affairs. We are looking for grant funding. We need some oversight over grant funds, and again, special projects, Legislative Affairs, and Public Information that could all be encapsulated under the executive assistant in a reclassified position. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Williams.
What's the cost of reclassifying this position?
There is no cost. The current budget for and the current salary range for the Economic Development Director is the same exact salary range for the proposed Administrative Services Director. We would not fill the Economic Development Director and instead fill the Admin Services Director, so no budget impact.
What is the, do we have the funding for this position?
Yes, it is a fully funded and budgeted position, yes. It has been unfilled, and this year we do have significant salary savings as we are near the end of the fiscal year. So nearly the full year of the budget has been saved. And it would be, if recruited now, we are already into May, we would possibly be able to fill the position by the end of June. So in total, we'll have nearly the full year budget savings.
With the projections of losses that we have for 24, 25, is that number for 25, 26 affecting this position?
The impact for this current fiscal year, if we're talking about the sales tax revenue decrease, the decline in the projections, the salary savings for the unfilled positions exceeds that amount. So we have saved more on the expenditures than we've lost on the revenue. So we are still in the positive.
That's including the TOT tax loss we have too?
I don't know that there's a loss, but I understand that it's the offset that we, I believe you mean the offset that we pay to the, on the sales or the TOT sharing agreement, but I would have to get more information. I don't have that analysis in front of me now.
Oh, well, the finance director maybe can answer the question. Is 24, 25 reduction in TOT tax, what's that number?
When you refer to the term reduction, are you meaning the
Estimated value that
the
you,
sales tax sharing agreement, or are you referring to some?
The TOT revenue projections, is that what you're?
yes, yes.
So the revenue projections were on par for what we expected to receive for this fiscal year. So that item was not brought to the mid-year because at that time the analysis stated that we received the revenue that we expected to receive for this year. So
Wait
no
a minute, wait a
reduction.
minute.
Yeah.
I remember clearly that we lost revenue for TOT because we came under estimated plan for 24, 25, correct?
TOT was not part of mid-year for this year. Now, maybe last year,
Okay.
We had
Maybe
budgeted-
23, 24, how's that?
Yes, correct. We
Okay.
had budgeted for a full year, but during the course of that year, the tax sharing agreement came into effect. So we did have to make an adjustment for the previous fiscal year.
What
but
was
not
that
this
dollar
one.
amount adjustment?
I believe it was around
750?
700, yes, I
Yeah.
believe so.
And with all of this, we still can afford this position?
Yes, we are still under budget, significantly under budget, specifically to the city manager's office. But in totality, the unfilled positions, the savings with those that the unfilled position budget exceeds the loss of revenue on the sales tax.
Finance Director, thank you. I appreciate that.
I see no one else requesting questions for staff. Request to speak from public.
We do. Miss Virginia Brown?
Welcome, Mrs. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I have some concerns. We're sitting here saying we're going to save money, save money, save money, so we're going to make one person have all these hats that they wear. Where have we heard this before? We have done this in the city over and over and over again. Let's cut costs. Let's give this person 4 hats to wear, and let's give them 12 hats to wear, and let's give them 3 hats to wear. Matter of fact, it was 4 years ago in a little couple of months that our previous mayor sat right there and said, we're going to save the city money, and he fired our lobbyist to save us money. You're talking about all these park problems? Our lobbyist was fired at a time when they were up there lobbying for money that was going to get us millions of dollars to update our parks, to build new parks. But our previous mayor said, let's save ourselves $150,000 a year and fire our lobbyist. And he did it. And our previous city manager sat there and said, he cost us way more than he ever saved us. We continue to sit up here and say, we need to find money. Well, let's go out looking for it then, shall we? But let's not do it at the expense of the people. And when you start cutting positions and you start putting more and more on the back of a mule, eventually that mule can't climb that mountain. And we've seen it here in this city too many times. Stop BSing people into, we're saving you guys money, because in the long run, you're not. Because when I call the city and I need to talk to this person, but then this person's busy because this person is in their office because they're doing that person's job because that's what they're supposed to do, but oh no, now they're over there doing something else. You're really cutting into how you operate for me as a citizen. You want to find money? Fine, find it. Stop some of your pet projects. But stop cutting out the people that are supposed to be helping the community by running these very offices that we are asking you, we are begging you to keep these positions filled, and keep them filled within an individual who will focus on that position and that position alone, and not 20 other positions at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
Our next speaker is Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. Tex, let me give you a quick education. The reason they have money is because they didn't spend money hiring somebody last year. They allocate positions and they don't fill them. So when they write the new budget out, they have a surplus. And that's how they balance the budget. And it's been done like this for more than 20 years. They allocate positions, they don't fill them. Next year they say, well, we balanced our budget because they didn't fill the positions. Now you're going to fill the position, so you're going to waste more money. My question is it one employee or two are coming on? Is it assistant city manager? Or is it somebody? I don't understand that part. Is it one person going to do 3 jobs, 4 jobs? Or are you going to hire 2 people more? That's my first question. My second question is anybody going to take over monitoring contracts? We have a lot of contracts. We don't have anybody to monitor them. And I hope that if you get another helper, you can give Chris some help because he's running around like a crazy man trying to fill 4 jobs at one time. It doesn't work too well. We do need more employees, but the idea is, can we afford them? And then the other problem comes, can we not afford them? It's just like they said about the lobbyists. We had lobbyists and they fired them. We need them. But I don't even know if we have any lobbyists. I haven't heard anything lately. And if there's lobbyists, they're supposed to be giving out quarterly reports, which is something I haven't seen either in over a year. So I really don't know if we do have any lobbyists. I would like to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
We have no more comment on this item.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to council for questions. Councilmember Williams.
These positions that you're hiring are to relieve the staff from being overworked, correct?
Correct.
By giving them multiple positions, you're not overstressing them. You're actually taking away from the pressures of the current staff now.
That is correct.
And it is funded.
Yes.
I'm good.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
I do have a question on page 159 where it does list the public information officer. And I believe that you're proposing that go away, correct?
The position itself, I'm not proposing to take it out of the salary schedule.
Just the
I'm
budget.
just the budget and not fill the position.
Okay, so then it would remain on the schedule.
It would remain on the schedule.
Thank you.
Ms. Clayton, if you could answer the question, the number of positions that you're filling?
Yes, the current makeup of the city manager's office is a total of 5 budgeted positions, including myself. I would like to fill only 4 of those positions. So myself, the assistant city manager who is already hired and is scheduled to start on the 15th next week, and then the, if approved, proposed administrative services director position, as well as the assistant for the city manager, the executive assistant reclassified to the higher level.
Okay. And for monitoring contracts, I would presume that that's not one position, but each department would have a policy for monitoring contracts?
We are looking at the contract monitoring policy. The finance department is in process of onboarding a position that could assist with that, but we are developing a review process for the contracts so that they're, instead of having each department review their own contracts, it's more prudent and consistent to have one person that oversees all contracts and makes sure that they're consistent and procured appropriately. So that is all under review currently.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Rose?
Thank you. I'd like to double back on the public information's officer because you want to keep the position, but you want to move the funding from that to fund something else. Is there a reason why you don't want to eliminate that position? Is it for future use?
Exactly. It is for future use. When you remove a position, and thank you for actually bringing that up because that brings me to the part 2 of the staff report and compensation update. When you remove a position from the salary schedule, it can cause future issues. If you do have capacity to fill that in the future, you have to begin and restart the process of making sure the job description is appropriate and the salary is appropriate. If we pull it off, it has to be put back on. For instance, when the police chief position was moved over to the interim city manager, the police chief position was removed from the salary schedule inadvertently. And that was as a result of the previous chief serving as interim city manager and having a contract. But that removal shouldn't have happened. It should have stayed, and that was just an oversight. So if you remove it from the salary schedule, then it can cause issues in the future. And that's where, if we were to want to recruit that in the future, if we had budget capacity and we had a staff recommendation and a council approval to budget that public information officer position, then we would have the ease of doing so upon approval instead of going through this process.
Yes, and that's very important that we all understand how that works. I do have one other clarifying question on that same position. So could there be an asterisk and at the bottom say that this is an existing position, but it's currently unfunded?
Yes, absolutely. I know that we're looking at the makeup of how we present, and I would like to see a couple changes similar to that. I would also like to see the unit that represents each of these employees called out as part of the schedule, and we'll be bringing those recommended changes with the budget for the next fiscal year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rose. Councilmember Hernandez.
It's not just the contracts that need to be kept track of, it's the grants, like the CDBG. So I want to ensure that that is also included in the monitoring, because that was my biggest concern and why we got ourselves red flagged, and I don't want that to happen again.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
I have no more requests to speak from council. I'll call for a motion.
So
And
I'll have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, a second by Councilmember Noble. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
And motion passes unanimously.
Moving on to agenda item 15. Provide feedback on draft ordinance regarding smoke shops and tobacco store prior to Planning Commission's review. The recommended action is that the City Council provide direction to staff regarding potential changes to the proposed draft ordinance regulating smoke shop and tobacco stores as land uses and amending the Barstow Municipal Code to add the new chapter 9.74 and amending section 19.14.030/19.16.020 and 19.030 for further consideration by the Planning Commission. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This item was brought to council previously, and staff removed it to table it and continued the public hearing to a date certain so that we could spend more time making some recommended changes. This has gone to the Rules and Policy Committee for some review and recommendations. And with that, I would like to ask our City Attorney Summers to provide the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Clayton. So what's before you is for discussion, not introduction tonight, a proposed tobacco ordinance that is structured not as a retailer registration, not to create a new regulatory form, but instead shifted to be a land use and policy ordinance that is designed on setting some rules and requirements for new tobacco retailer businesses and a couple of rules for legacy businesses, but still protecting the legacy businesses, allowing them to continue operating. Very briefly, this came to the council back in October, and the council received significant public concern from residents and from business owners with concerns on how it would impact their operations, and from the residents on how we can ensure that it is tailored towards reducing unlawful diversion of tobacco and to minors via smoke shops, particularly those located near schools. Rules and Policy considered it in January, February. Council received some further direction in March. Rules and Policy considered it further in March and in April. And what's before you tonight is the ordinance that came out of that approach. As noted, this is structured as a land use ordinance. It sets up a requirement that tobacco shops, smoke shops require a CUP. This is limited to businesses that their primary purpose is selling tobacco. So this does not set new rules on gas stations or pharmacies or grocery stores that sell tobacco. Is a small part of a much larger line of business. This is just the shops that we've seen around that sell tobacco and tobacco paraphernalia, and that's it. It requires that they receive a conditional use permit approved by the Planning Commission with some citing rules, particularly a total citywide maximum of 10 shops and a distance requirement of 1,000 feet from schools and playgrounds and parks. Those requirements apply for any new shops. Existing, we'll call them legacy shops, are okay to keep operating where they are, as they are, but they still have to follow state law regarding not selling to minors. And they are okay to sell their businesses even if they're located in a location that would be a problem under the rules for new shops, but they cannot have a gap of more than 180 days in operating. So if a legacy shop is sold and a buyer closes it for 2 years, they would lose the right to reopen in that location as a smoke shop. They can't have a gap of more than 180 days in order to maintain the status as a legacy shop. With that, staff would be available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, so this is not agendized for a motion and approval. It is for discussion. However, we're going to go with question now after the public comment. It'll be question or discussion, whatever you choose. Any questions at this time from council? Councilmember Noble.
No, I just rephrased the 180 days, within 180 days, not outside 180.
Yeah, within 100 days,
Within
correct.
180 days. And then currently, how many smoke shops do we have currently?
That is a great question that I don't know off the top of my head. Staff?
I believe there was 13. There's 13 total. We're setting a limit at 10. However, the 13 would remain in business, and if they were to sell their business, it continues to operate. It does not change. Now, if they were to close and remain closed for over 6 months, then that business there would be no more licenses available for another smoke shop to enter the city limits.
Okay, and do we know currently where all 13 are located?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have.
Yeah, I have a question because in the ordinance itself, page 5 of the ordinance, page 173 of the agenda, it says, whereas there are currently 11 smoke shops.
We'll double check.
So my question then would be, we'll go with 11, that's what's in the proposed ordinance. We're going to limit it to 10. So the 11 existing, what's the rule? First one to die loses? Because obviously number 11 cannot sell.
No, so the legacy businesses in the revised ordinance can sell. They can sell the business from one owner to the next. The legacy status continues as long as they don't.
So then why do we limit it to 10? There will always be 11.
They won't always stay in business forever. So if somebody closes, if somebody closes for 6 months or more, then they lose the right as legacy status and they couldn't reopen. And then that would take us from 11 to 10, and then one more doesn't reopen, back to 9. Now one more could come in.
Okay.
But I'll note, it is a proposed ordinance. Council can absolutely adjust those numbers as
And-
desired.
And what day will this go to the planning commission?
It's currently slated to go on Monday, the 12th.
Okay. In the executive summary, it says 17th, May 17th.
Am I off? That would be a typo. It'll be Monday, May 12th. I believe it was already noticed for it, not Saturday, May 17th.
Okay. And the distance, and I'm not going to be able to find both, but I get confused if it's 1,000 or 500, because I believe I read both in the ordinance. So in the ordinance of page 189, B and D, it has 500.
Let me clarify that. So the staff report, for purpose of showing the history of how we got here, includes both versions of the ordinance. And we should have labeled that better in the staff report. Attachment 1, which is the one on page 176 with the 1,000-foot limit, is what Rules and Policies recommended moving forward with. That's the land use, the simpler land use regulatory ordinance. Attachment 2, which is page 189, and environs, is the original ordinance, the old ordinance. We should have stamped them new and old.
Okay. Councilmember Noble.
Oh, so we don't know if we have 13 or 11. So we're going with 11. Do we know why we identified 11 shops? Do it have to be at 11? Why can't it be at 5?
Okay,
I'm just
That's up to
a
council,
question.
yeah.
It has to be what it is.
Council can provide direction, but our last total, and that's what at Rules and Policy, Ms. Riley told me that it is 13 businesses. So we'll clarify, but I'm pretty confident that it's 13 total existing, and council will direct staff on how many.
Yeah, I mean, do we need 13 shops?
Oh, to clarify, that's the number of currently existing shops, and we'll clarify is it 13 or 11. The proposed limit would be 10 max, with an exception to let anybody who already exists continue to exist. So whatever we have on the ground now stays on the ground, and if the council sets it at 10, then no one else can get permits to open a new one until we have less than 10. Or 5 or 15, whatever number the council chooses.
Good. All right.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hernandez. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the owners of all these businesses were notified, because I know originally when this started, it was not, the reason behind it, even the high school kids said there were too many smoke shops in this community. They came before us and said that. And we came up with a tobacco, which I read and I said, well, the way we had it written, we would close the gas stations. So I'm glad. So according to this, that issue has been resolved, correct? The grocery stores and whatever.
Yeah, the grocery stores.
Because that was one of the questions that was asked.
Yeah, so this is structured not to apply the special rules to stores that sell only a minor amount of tobacco.
And I had some confusion over the legacy shops. So we clarify that if someone closes for 6 months, then that smoke shop will disappear. But if someone that has a legacy shop, wants to sell, they have, the other person has 180 days, right?
Yeah, so if they sell it,
Established, yeah,
they have 180 days to keep it open, but they don't have to close it. They can just sell it and keep it,
right.
change owner, but
No,
stay
so
open.
I wanted that clarification. No, because I read some of this and I thought, do they not need a conditional use permit? But that was clarified that they do
The-
not.
the legacy
And the way it
shops do
was-
not.
Yeah, and the way the language, that was something that I was happy. But I just wanted to make sure that the owners, with this new recommendation that we have, that they have been, they had had the opportunity to review it also, if they had any concerns. So that was my question, that they were
And-
notified.
Yeah, I believe they were provided notice, and I believe some are in the audience as well.
Okay, so no, I'm glad to know that was taken into consideration. That's it.
Thank you, Councilor Hernandez. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. So to Councilman Noble's concerns, basically, when we, and this, I'll pose it as a question to remain in questions, that when this came before Rules and Policy, that we were protecting the existing owners. Is that correct?
Yes, the original ordinance did not include significant legacy protections, and the revised ordinance on the table tonight, per the rules and policy discussion, protects legacy businesses, provided they follow the rules on not selling to minors.
And Mr. Hildreth, you can attest at the Rules and Policy Committee that we did get the word out to the existing owners, and they did, they voiced their opinions, their concerns that would affect them have an adverse effect, and the committee heard them. And we changed the language to ensure that we protected their concerns so that they would not be adversely affected, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And my other question, since we can confirm that it's 13, the ordinance would have to be changed to 13?
Yes, so we have time. We will go back and verify. I'm very confident that it's 13, but we will go back and verify to make sure. And then when it goes to Planning Commission, then they'll be making the land use change, and it's still coming back to the council.
Thank you. I'll save my other for discussion.
Okay, I have no more requests from council. Public comment?
Yes. Our first speaker is Mr. Eugene Putici.
I really don't have much to say on this because the questions that I had have already been answered. As Matthew had mentioned, there wasn't really a distinction between attachment 1 and attachment 2, because I had seen discrepancies between the two, but now that he mentioned 2 was the original, then all my questions are answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pacici.
Our next speaker is Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad to see the change was made because it was concerning that a person establishes a business, then couldn't sell it, was being biased. So I'm glad you changed that. But I do have one concern. What happens to minors that are being sold vaping? Who's monitoring that? And who's monitoring the cannabis candy that's being sold to the little kids? Is your PD monitoring that? And if somebody's caught doing that, can their license be taken away? Or what is the procedure? Because we can't, it's nice that it's there, and I'm glad it's there, but it's like selling alcohol. You can't sell it to a minor. You shouldn't be able to sell cannabis to a minor. There should be some way that the PD can monitor this, and if they have problems with individuals selling to minors, that their license be removed. Like anything else. We have to protect the kids. They don't protect themselves. And I think that's our obligation. If you're going to allow this to be done, which I find no complaints in, you're a grown man, you're 21 years old, you want to go out and get high, that's your prerogative. But for a 10-year-old, 12-year-old, 13-year-old, a minor, that's wrong. That's somebody's child that's being affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Our last speaker is Miss Virginia Brown.
Welcome, Mrs. Brown.
Thank you. I am very glad because Ms. Rose, you are correct. We were here in force on the planning and the rules, and every time you guys have brought this up, we have been here, and tonight they're not, but I have been keeping them all informed. They're all very anxious to hear my report out tonight on where this went. Mr. Matthews, I loved it. Thank you. It is beautifully written. It is exactly what they asked for. And these shops they've put a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of their hard-earned energy. I mean, energy is not easy to come by. If any of you have been parents, grandparents, or you just work a job, energy, it'll take a lot out of you to do what you got to do, but these people have done it because they loved being here and part of our community. And I'm glad to know that you listened to them, that you heard them. I appreciate knowing that hearing the way it was written tonight was exactly the way that you guys promised it. There was no finagling. There was no fat on the bone. You didn't go in there and stuff it with anything extra. You guys did a beautiful job, so I appreciate it. I know they're all going to appreciate it. And, you know, I'm going to touch on what Mike said. I had a little boy in our neighborhood, and he brought me a box of candy, and he wanted to give me a gift. And I don't know exactly where he lives, but when he comes by from time to time, I'll give him, you know, a little treat, like my grandkids are out there. Oh, here, have a bag of snacks or whatever. So this time he's returning the favor, and he brought me a cute little box of chocolate candy. And I'm just kind of curious. I like to read what the ingredients are. It was cannabis edibles. This kid was like 8 years old. Don't know where he got it, but he had this. One of those little cubes will knock a grown man on his butt if he's not used to it. I would hate to think what a little kid thinking that he's eating chocolate is going to do. Are we going to wind up with overdoses in the hospital? So I agree. Who's monitoring that? Yeah, cigarette smoke, not good. But something that can kill them, we need to really make sure we're monitoring that good and heavy too. Because this little 8-year-old kid had candy to give to one of his favorite neighbors. He got his hands on it somewhere. We need to be really careful about that.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
We have no more comment.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council, and again, no motion required, so this will be questions and discussion and direction to staff. However, before I go to council, I'm going to have the one question that was asked by both. If you can answer the monitoring without giving away strategy of law enforcement.
I do know that law enforcement monitors. I do not know what the details of how they monitor, but yes.
I'm not sure we should go into details.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And I would just add, there is a process to revoke a license of a cannabis retailer if they're proven to be selling to minors.
This isn't cannabis. Okay. And just to clear, this is the tobacco ordinance. None of these retailers are selling cannabis.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
And if they are, that is also a violation of our codes, which will be vigorously enforced.
Okay.
Correct.
Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
You know what it saddens me is that we have individuals in our community that have been here for many, many years, and they continue to give back to our community. The ones that we're speaking of tonight are owners that invest in our community. They continue to give back to our community, and for us to tie them into, well, the minors are getting it from them, that is a disservice to our owners, and it's a disrespect to our owners, because I can assure you that the children that have the alcohol or that have the tobacco or that have whatever, the cannabis, we cannot say they're getting it from the owners. They could be getting it from their own parents, their grandparents, their cousins, their 21-year-old brother or sister. But to stereotype our owners is, in my opinion, a disrespect, because these owners have been here for years, and they hold themselves accountable, and they hold each other accountable, because they don't want to be that group of owners that are negatively looked upon. Do we have good owners, bad owners, good cops, bad cops, good council members, bad council members? Absolutely. But it saddens me that we've kind of stereotyped these owners tonight because they're trying to do good for Barstow. And rules and policy, the staff and the owners showed up, and we worked together. It was a partnership. And that's what we want to see, is that we, as council members that serve on committees, don't know everything. We would have passed something that would have hurt our owners had they not come and educated us. So I want to thank you to those that came and that continue to come to educate us on what your expertise is. And I also want to say that keep on coming. If you see something wrong, give us, let us know, because we won't know unless we know. I want to thank you for contributing to our community. And I just want to say that this is a solid policy in my belief, a lot of hard work. And I can't wait for it to go to the next level and then come back so that we can actually approve it. But it is absolutely something that was a collaborative effort, a partnership, and I'm glad that it's in front of us tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rose. Councilmember Hernandez.
Right, this is just a comment. No one, how do I present this? We were small business owners, and the way that the whole process started, I'm very grateful that it all worked out, because that's the way it's supposed to function. People, when we try to initiate an ordinance, that we go out to the public that it's going to affect, no matter who it is. And I don't see the same interpretation as my fellow Mayor Pro Tem regarding comments from the public. When I see vaping as kids are getting out of high school, and the fact that the teenagers themselves have told me, it's not saying any negative about anybody or their business. We're just talking about a community concern that is valid. The message to the public is you, as parents, grandparents who have children, I know that cannabis is legal. And you can get edibles, and it works for you and whatever. But like we say, you need to monitor guns. You also need to monitor vaping and the cannabis. You need to protect your children and your grandchildren the same way, because it affects us all as a community. We all want our businesses to be successful, and adults can do whatever they want, and the shops are there, right? We wouldn't have as many, right, if there wasn't that much business. So nobody wants to take anybody's business away. But we as a community need to look at issues and not put blindside or say that, ooh, you're saying that you're the bad guys or whatever. I don't think anyone ever intends to say that. But that we do need to look as a community at those issues. And we can't put blindfolds and said, okay, yeah, they could have gotten them from the parents and grandparents. My preference would have been to say, you as grandparents and parents need to be vigilant. And you are the ones that said the role models. So that's my only comment.
Thank you, Councilor Hernandez. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Mayor, I would like to go ahead and suspend the rules because we're getting close to 11 o'clock. So it'd be a point of order, I would assume, to suspend the rules.
Yes, I have a motion to suspend the rules. And do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rose, second by Councilor Hernandez. Again, no discussion needed. Call for the vote.
And the motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Councilor Hernandez, please continue. Oh, who had the floor? No? Okay. Okay, I see no one in there, so I have some questions still. What really helps when we're putting the old ordinance and the new ordinance is a red line.
They were
Because
too far apart to redline.
Well, that's probably the answer to my next question, because I see complete sections that dropped off.
Yeah, if I could summarize. So the old ordinance imposed a set of location requirements. It also required a whole separate new tobacco retailer registration, an entirely new registration and permitting process, and it had a variety of sections that created an entirely new regulatory process on top of our existing land use and business license process. The feedback from council, the community, the business owners, and rules and policy was that that was too much.
Okay. So complete sections like registration, non-transferable, completely
Exactly.
dropped off.
That's why all that doesn't exist in the new ordinance, because
I'm going back and forth trying to.
it's, to overuse the cliche, apples and oranges. It's an entirely new regulatory scheme, or it's fitting tobacco into our existing two regulatory approaches, business license and land use, conditional use permits.
Okay. And then I'm seeing no one else requesting to speak, give directions, so I'm going to say that direction to staff is to present this as you present it tonight to the Planning Commission on May 12th.
And can I ask for just the clarification that will confirm the number of businesses? And I know that one item that
Right, that was asked for already.
Okay.
Bring it back with
With
the number.
Yes, with the
Yes.
right number. There was one other item that I did mean to, in addition to calling out that we should have labeled them new and old as far as the attachments, and that will be not an oversight in the future. There was a definition that was not clarified, premises, and that it is that the premises includes the total area, including the parking lot. So we'll add.
I looked up in the dictionary, it was the building, the property, and any outbuildings.
Correct.
Was the
So-
definition.
right, and we just didn't label that, so we'll add that in as well.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to agenda item 16, which is a public hearing. Agenda matter 860 West Main Street General Plan Amendment, PGPA-25-0001, and zoning district change, PZCA-25-0001, ordinance, introduction, and first reading. The recommended action, conduct a public hearing and consider staff and planning commission recommendations to approve both the request for a zone district change under PZCA-25-0001 and its proposed ordinance and general plan amendment under PGPA-25-0001 and its proposed resolution to allow for change from C, commercial, to DU, diverse use, zoning, and land use designation. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would like to ask that Community Development Director, Mr. Hildreth, provide this presentation.
I'm going to pass this buck one more time, though, to Ms. Genesis Crank. I don't think Ms. Clayton's seen her in the audience, but she'll do a much better job than me.
Thank you, both Ms. Clayton and Mr. Hildreth. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I know you have a lot of language in front of you regarding this particular item, but to put it very plainly, as stated in the recommended action, what is in front of you tonight is, of course, an existing property, 860 West Main Street. I'm sure many of us have driven by hundreds of times, but if you don't know it by memory, the Sunset Motel is what it's been most commonly known as, directly across the street from the existing Desert Ambulance and Studio 841 beauty salon. So that particular parcel, along with the bulk of parcels that sit along Main Street, is currently zoned as commercial. The applicant, who is a property owner, has quite a few properties within the Barstow area, and at the staff level, I can say has renovated quite a few properties within city limits, whether they were already existing multifamily residential and just cleaned up and taken over by our applicant, or in circumstances such as this one, a property has been found where there is potential for long-term residential uses. However, again, back to the existing zoning of commercial, there is not an allowed use for residential. So what's being asked of you all to be considered this evening is, again, a general plan amendment and a zoning district change. The reason I want to clarify on both the City of Barstow's general plan designation and our zoning designations are identical. In some cities, that's not always the case. They may vary a bit, but because the City of Barstow's is identical, again, the general plan designations and zoning designations, any request of this nature requires the application for both to be changed as well. So what is in front of you is, again, a proposal for 860 West Main Street, which is currently zoned as commercial, to be considered to be changed to diverse use, general plan designation, and zoning district. The diverse use is what's being recommended because the diverse use zoning district is the City of Barstow's one zoning district that can allow for some flexibility, meaning it can be a commercial use or it can be a residential use. And the main reason why that's being proposed, let's say this does get approved, however, the property sells in 10 years. Let's say that new property owner comes in and wants to convert it right back to a motel or demolish it, build something for commercial. They would have that ability without having to go through this process again. To be quite honest with you, it makes the matters at the staff level a bit easier. If they are wanting to do a commercial project, diverse use does give them that flexibility. To recap a little bit on what the applicant is actually proposing, the existing location has 17 motel units currently. The applicant proposes conversions of each of those units into, there's a mix that's being proposed. So both studio, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom units for, again, long-term tenants is what's being proposed. I say the existing property has 17 units because the California Building Code requires for standards in regard to what is deemed a long-term living space. So a motel is evaluated much differently than what an actual living quarters requires in the building code. So I say that to say those 17 units might dwindle down a bit. Should this be approved, the construction begins. The applicant would be required to, of course, prepare plans, but with that conversion, there is a very, very likely chance that 1 or 2 units may be lost due to the increase in size of some of the existing units. Excuse me. Just to, again, highlight some of the improvements that are being proposed by the applicant of these units, recessed lighting, stand-up showers, individual AC and heating units, water heaters, kitchens with tile flooring, and separate gas and electric meters. In addition to those renovations, repiping of water, gas, and sewer lines is also being proposed, as well as replacement of electrical panels to comply with the current building codes. In regard to just the overall process of a general plan amendment and zone change, the Planning Commission has actually seen this, of course, already before it came to you all. It was first presented to them in late January. There's a procedure laid out very clearly in the city's municipal code for both general plan amendments and zone changes. So he has completed that process. Step 1 is to submit a letter in writing, essentially summarizing what your proposal is going to look like and what it is that you're looking to do on the property. That was turned over to the Planning Commission on January 27th. And they did what's called an approval in principle. So they essentially gave the applicant the nod to move forward into this formal process. So in February, more specifically February 18th, we received both the formal general plan amendment application and the zoning district change application. Its final review by the Planning Commission was completed on March 25th, where they did recommend approval to the City Council. I will say staff does support the efforts of property owners looking to aid in the city's housing supply and again contribute to the city's overall housing needs. That about summarizes everything I have in my report, but I'm happy to answer any questions you all have.
Thank you, Ms. Crank. Councilmember Noble?
No, Janice, I just had a couple of questions in reference to the renovation and stuff. Has the property owner started any renovation, or where we at on the renovation so far?
Not a problem. So we would not permit for any renovations to be completed, especially if it was a residential conversion, until we knew whether or not this particular proposal was approved or denied. Let's say the City Council ultimately chooses to deny it, the applicant would then not be allowed to move forward with submitting permits for that property for the residential conversion. Should it be approved, we can then move forward.
One thing I want to clarify is, if you've driven by that property, there was a fire at that property.
Right.
And so what happened is the previous owner was starting to renovate that hotel, or renovate the section that caught on fire. And they had permits for it, and he started the process. He ran into some issues, and however that went and transpired. And then the current owner acquired the property, and he has a different approach and a vision of the property, and that's why the amendments are here before you tonight. So you might see, looks like it's under construction, but that was from the previous owner. This new owner is actually coming in to complete the renovation, but to go in a different direction.
Okay. No, that's all I had. I had another question, but I think you answered it.
Thank you, Councilman Noble. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. The Planning Commission can do 4 amendments, can they, to the general plan a year?
Yes, and I actually will look to Mr. Summers to see if that number has changed, but for quite some time, rather than actually limiting it to the Planning Commission, it's California cities across the board are allocated, and again, to my knowledge, it still stands at 4 a year.
Well, see, I
would be-
remember.
That's impressive, but
That's pretty good, huh?
this would be our first of the year, essentially leaving us with 3 should they arise throughout the course of the year.
Here's the other question is, we're doing a general plan amendment. I hope, so my question is this going to fit within the same plan? Because I wouldn't want a gentleman to do an amendment, right? And then we're doing a new general plan and we do a number on them. I don't want that to happen. So is this going to be part of the new general plan, the zoning for this diverse?
Absolutely. So let's say that it does get approved. I'm actually required to update the maps the moment that this is solidified at the council level. So to be quite honest with you, should this be approved, this will likely be revised before we're even rolling out that general plan for review at this level. But
Right.
nonetheless, it would absolutely be changed. And in regard to the question of if it causes any concern or that has been evaluated, we don't see any concerns arising. That, again, is why diverse use is being truly pushed and encouraged here. Because, again, should it fall through, should another owner come in, they can either go the residential route or choose to remain commercial.
I'd love that, the options that you present. But I wanted to make sure that we asked that question, right? I don't want to put somebody in a position, well, why wasn't that asked? And you all knew you were going to do a new general plan. And
Understandable.
right. And basically what we are improving is our housing element.
Our RENA,
Is that
yes,
correct?
ma'am. Yep. Our regional housing needs allocation would be impacted in a positive
Affordable
way,
housing.
in a positive way on this particular property.
Okay, and I call them SRO, single residents. And there has always been a need for them. And I've lived here in long enough, I don't even want to discuss how the policy or how it's been used in the past. But I am grateful to see this and brought before us. But I just wanted those clarifications so in the future we don't have any problems. So thank you.
Understandable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hernandez. Mayor Pro Tem Rose?
Thank you. I do want clarification because I thought you said that on March 25th, it it was approved by the Planning Commission. Was that March 25th or 24th?
24th, March 24th.
Okay, thank you. And is there a reason why the resolution was not signed by the chair and our clerk and with the, how the vote went?
To be quite honest with you, I just have not been able to capture our chair for the signature on the Planning Commission resolution. However, there is no discrepancy in regard to this item being in front of you all tonight. Our process for Planning Commission looks a little bit different than the City Council level, but no matter the fact, between myself and the City Clerk's Department, we'll absolutely get a signed resolution.
Okay, so in future, we'll see that signed resolution?
Yes, ma'am, and if requested, because this is only the introduction and first reading, that second reading can have the fully completed and executed Planning Commission resolution.
Thank you.
Okay, see no requests for questions from council. I open the public hearing at 11:08. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, we do. Our first speaker is Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. It's nice to see something new coming back, something we needed, more housing. I'm glad that somebody has the initiative to take an old property and bring it up to date. I'd like to see more of it done in the future. That's it. I think it's a good idea.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Our next speaker is Mr. Eugene Butici.
Welcome, Mr. Battisti.
Thank you very much. For some odd reason, I've been following this as it's been going through the planning commission process. And I just want to let everyone know that I do support this with what's being done is taking a property that is probably 50, 60, 70 years old. Who knows the last time that the infrastructure inside, such as the electrical, has been updated. And with the project itself, that'll all be updated to current standards for the safety of who will be residing within the complex, and as well as the safety for the residents that live nearby on other properties. It would help lower the risk of potential additional fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Battisti.
And our last speaker is Ms. Marcia Wiesma.
Well, it is getting late.
Welcome, Mrs. Wiesma.
Thank you. It is getting late. The notices were sent out to, I believe, 500 feet, 600 feet. Genesis could correct me if I'm wrong. Wow, nobody's here. Shame. It is an older building. It's burned down. It's been trashed out. It's been worked on. It's sitting there. Code enforcement needs to come, make sure it's cleaned up. They haven't been there. But I have some other questions, and I guess shall learn all about that when I attend with the other wives on the Planning and Zoning Commission meetings. My question is to your council is, are you sure you're cleaning up all the neighborhoods by doing this? We're glad to have someone new coming in, but my also questions I have is street committee, and what are you going to do about the extra traffic? And it has been a problem in the past of people coming in and out one area, just making use. The owner fenced it off again, so there was only an entrance from Main Street. But I'm doubting some of the requirements that these people are going to meet right now. But we'll see when the planning and zoning takes over. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wiesma.
We have no more comment.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so I'll ask, is there any members of the public that wish to speak in favor? Seeing no one approaching, are there any members of the public that wish to speak opposed? Seeing no one approaching, I close the public hearing at 11:12 p.m. Bring it back to the council. Any questions for staff? So I'm just going to kind of address what Mrs. Weeman said. I don't know if she's referring, I know this, like parking. So parking is, for permanent resident, maybe going to require more than turning it into residence. So, but the state has a law now, we cannot look in or cannot make that a factor, correct? Okay, so just want to clarify that for the public. Now, you mentioned in the discussion studios, 1 bedroom and 2 bedrooms, but the plans aren't submitted yet, so we don't know how many of each?
Correct. So I wouldn't advise anyone to start architectural plans before they had approval, just because if it gets denied, then they wasted the money. So he has not started his design aspect yet.
Okay. And I appreciate you answering the question, because I think we all drove by and we all thought it was under construction. So we all scratched that off our list at the same time. So I see no one else in the queue for questions of staff, so I'll call for a motion.
Move to approve.
And I second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, a second by Councilmember Noble. Is there any discussion? I would just like to state, Mr. Hildreth, you were correct about the presentation. That was a wonderful presentation. Not that you wouldn't have done well, but that was an excellent presentation. A call for the vote.
And the motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we will move on to the public safety updates of our agenda. I see no public safety here. So unless staff's prepared to take that, okay. We will move on to council committee reports. Councilmember Hernandez.
I don't have any.
Councilmember Noble.
Only thing I have, thank you, Mayor. 13th of May, we have our military affairs meeting at Los Domingos, and that'll be at 8 o'clock. And also on the 19th of May, we will have our VVTA meeting, and that'll be here at the Barstow Chamber, and that'll be at 9:30 on the 19th of May. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. Councilmember, hold on, I lost my spot. Williams.
I attended the Mountain League High Desert and the League of Cities in Big Bear, and learned quite a bit. We talked about funding for firefighters and forestry. We talked about insurance costing individuals in zero zones that rates may go up, maybe 100%, maybe even more. So if you're in one of these areas with the trees, good luck. We also talked about the funding for the state of California for the railroad or the magic train that's going broke. And we also talked about the new train that's probably going to go broke. Who knows? But that's what we talked about.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. So the Rules and Policy Committee met on April 29th, 5 p.m. here in the chamber. And what was on the old business was the tobacco retail ordinance that we just discussed this evening. And we also discussed the community benefit policy, which is the cannabis, which was also on our agenda this evening. And we will be meeting again May 27th, 5 p.m. I encourage everybody to come. We should have some other great policies to address, and it is a place to, always a place to come together and collaborate on how a policy should look. The Homeward Bound meeting is going to be meeting on May 14th, and that's a Wednesday, 5 p.m. here in the council chambers. I encourage everybody to come. We are asking for donations, rolls of quarters, and undergarments for all. So thank you. And oh, sorry, it is Thursday. I keep saying Wednesday. We moved it to Thursday. Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. And that's all for my committee. It's this Thursday. Well, I have my whole date wrong. So it is May 8th at 5 p.m. Thank you for that clarification. See how wonderful our staff is? That's all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, I attended on April 30th, the Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Committee meeting, and they actually had that at the Barstow Church of God in Christ, and had a lot of the nonprofits that do a lot for the homeless and youth in our community. We had a tour of the place there where they do showers and feeding for the homeless, clothing, and others got to step up and tell about what they do. So there was a really good presentation of all the churches and nonprofits that really help out here in our community. On May 1st and May 2nd, I attended SCAG, the Southern California Association of Governments Regional Conference Committee. There were 3 items that were voted on in the business, which was basically the minutes, the appointment of new officers, and the budget. Other than that, it was breakout sessions and information, a lot like League of Cities, just things to do, funding, housing, a lot of information in the breakout sessions. I try to attend as many as I could, and even back and forth between them to get a lot of information there. On the 5th, yesterday, the city manager and I met with Carrie Schindler. She is the new director for the SBCTA, San Bernardino County Transit Authority. So we are going to be getting our foot in the door there to get our funding for our streets. And that's all as far as committees. So we'll move on to business of the council. Councilmember Hernandez.
We'll try to make this quick. Before I forget, the street committee meeting is tomorrow at 5 p.m., and all are welcome. February the 3rd, here we're going. I wish, huh? It's May the 3rd. This city was just brimming with business and activities. So I want to congratulate the museum on the success of their barbecue. And if anybody, please note that the railings on the side of the museum are the First Street Bridge. The city did get pieces of that bridge, so anybody that wants to take pictures, they're out there for you to enjoy. It was Family Day at St. Joseph's. There was Little League Green across the street from me, and there was soccer. So anyone that says there's nothing to do in Barstow, they sure weren't looking, because everywhere you turn, everybody was busy. I was looking at the status report on the hydrants, and it says, the report I received on March the 17th, that the last inspection that the Golden State Water did was on 2019, and that they do it every 3 to 4 years, right? So where was their current status? So I asked our fire chief to please follow up on that. And the question I have for him is, have we had any problem with water pressure on any fires that we have gone out to? Or have we encountered any difficulty with any hydrants? Because I haven't heard anything, but that really concerns me that we still have the issues with Golden State Water. And I know we have something pending with them. I haven't heard any update on that, so I would appreciate to know where we are with that. And the lady that came in, Mrs. Arroyo, that is unbelievable to me, that code enforcement or whoever did that to that individual. How many families in this community leave their cars parked in front? And how would you know that it was there over 72 hours? So I would appreciate a follow-up on that, because that really shocked me. And that she would have to come in here and have to spend $1,000, and she's right. As long as it was, I would like to know how that happened and that occurred. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. That was one of my questions as well, and I see the city manager shaking her head, so she's going to look into that. But I also attended the pre-opening of Fuzzy, the new shop down there by IHOP. If you haven't been there, I would ask that you go down there and check it out. It's a pretty nice facility with big screen TVs all around the big place, and nice reasonable prices and stuff. So if you haven't been there, I would ask that you go. Can we just re-look at the vendors off on Main Street? I drove down there on Friday, and they were putting up big old tents. I have no problem if they're doing that. The problem I have is if they're not with license, and they got permits to do it. And so I have seen it twice, and they got big bright lights and this and that. And if they got license and this and that, and we approved it, not a problem. But I don't think so. So the second thing is, Mr. Brown mentioned that about a video that me as a council member, I don't know about other council, but me as a council member, I have never, ever seen a video of Mr. Brown or anything he has done within this city. So for him to make a statement that I seen a video of him and whatever transpired, that is false. I have never, ever looked at a video of Mr. Brown in any video of that nature. So I just want to make that public, that I have not seen it, and for him to mention that council members seen it, this council member did not see it, if that was the case, okay? And other than that, I plan on attending the mural tour. I hear it's a good thing, so if I get an opportunity to attend, I would definitely go in and do that. Other than that, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Noble. Councilmember Williams.
Nothing.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
I'm going to start off with the most important. They're all important, but I would like to motion, I'd like to get a second to bring back the fire engine to consider financing with a short-term payout. So I'll need a second to bring this back.
Second.
Thank you. Also, I attended the Fuzzy Tacos grand opening, soft opening, grand opening, the grand opening or reopening of the Pit Stop. I also attended the National Day of Prayer at the First Assembly of God, and it was pretty amazing. I just want to give kudos. There were 7 different prayers, and it was Mr. Ron Bashir's in regards to government, and it was Colonel Ivoria Bland for military. They prayed for the media. That was Gwen Patrick. They prayed for family. That was Pastor Micah Gray. They prayed for the church, and that was Reverend Bobby Bratton. And they prayed for education. That was David Van Norman. And they prayed for business, which was Paul Wilkie and Reba Savoy. She was amazing with her musical talents. Pastor Dave Samples was he did all the welcome and announcements, and Pastor James Mila. And the Pledge of Allegiance was Esme Mays, Melody Delgado, and Kylie Ramos. It was pretty amazing. We do have upcoming events. There is one called His Banner Over Barstow is Love, and this is going to be May 9th and 10th at Dana Park. It's going to be a morning to night event. The Barstow Walking Track ribbon cutting has been canceled. They will be rescheduling. And I too want to publicly say that I never saw a video that was said that we did see. That is not something that I did not see it, so. And the only other thing is, Mayor, I would like to close this meeting.
Juneteenth, the 14th.
Mayor, I'd like to close this meeting, and I'm not going to put names out there, but we have 2 mothers, we have a father, we have families, and we have a community that has been affected by a tragedy that just recently happened, a huge loss to our community. And I would just like to have maybe a moment of silence in prayer for the tragedy that these families have just experienced.
Do you want to do the silence now or at closing?
We can, if we can, please do it at closing. Okay. And like I said, I don't want to say names, but it is a tragedy within our community.
I know who you're talking about, yeah.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay. First, I want to thank, I was invited to a women's council on April 25th at the Barstow Church of God in Christ, invited by the music ministry, Mr. Lester, welcomed by the pastor, Norman, and they had their bishop there, Mr. Dixon, and they told that night that this was a council that brought it in from the church from the other areas, and while they were here, they went out and they fed people at the Desert Inn. They went out and fed people at the streets. So they did ministries while they were here, and it was. I just want to thank them for welcoming me to their event. On that same day, I went to the Veterans Home. Turns out that every last Friday of the month they have the birthday party for all the veterans for that month. So I'm going to be trying to start going there every last Friday of the month. It starts at 1 o'clock. I did attend the ribbon cutting for Fuzzies on the 28th and presented them the city certificate, thanked them for bringing business. Sam, the owner, also owns the IHOP, the franchise owner. And, yeah, just something new to our area. So thanked him for that. Councilmember Williams and I, on the 30th, went to MCLB for the retirement of 4 horses from the color guard. And it's amazing, the mural we approved today has 4 horses in it, so maybe it's those 4. But yes, they retired 4, and 4 good families take those horses now. And then on the 30th, I also attended a ribbon cutting for the Pit Stop. Apparently ownership, it's been there for a while, but ownership has changed. And again, we thank them for continuing their business here in Barstow. I did stop by the Public Safety Fair for about 30 minutes on Saturday. And there was a lot of events going on that day. So I think that kind of thinned out our crowd. I want to address Mr. Wiseman, and I didn't get everything he said, but I know he was talking about the parking here at the parking lot. So maybe we can park city vehicles in the back. But the other thing I want to address is it's hard to make a left turn out of here with the buses. So Councilmember Noble, where are they at with the, we're supposed to be moving the bus to Williams, correct?
Let me check on it. I know we had talked about that a while back.
Yeah, about 5 years ago, yeah.
We talked about that a while
Okay.
back. So
If you-
I will get an update.
If you pull out of City Hall and the buses are lined up here, it's blind. It's, you got to go in to the lane to see the other lane, and you're, yeah. So if we can, yeah, talk to VVTA about that. And I'm not sure that that addresses all of Mr. Weissman's concerns, but that brought that concern up to me. Weissman, yes. Prior to the Great Recession housing crisis, we were expecting some housing growth here in Barstow. And it wasn't an ordinance, but we did approve and direct staff to put a policy together to start getting names of veterans. We wanted to name the new streets after the veterans. So I'd like staff to start looking at that again, to see eligible veterans of Barstow, not just living, but some that we've lost. Because we have renamed some streets, but we try not to rename streets that have residents and businesses, because that will affect their address. So we found a few that didn't affect businesses, but we came up with the idea, well, we have new development and these roads don't have names, so we get with the developers or the builders again and get them hooked on this idea again, because the builders we had back then were in agreement to do this. However, the housing crisis stopped all that. And then I'd like to be sure that we start with the 5 code talkers that we have on the, is it 5 or 4? I drive by it every day. Okay. Okay. Well, the code talkers. So I'd like to start, be sure we get them. They're all veterans. I'd like to be sure we get them included. And then also, can we research, I know we got the funding from some business. It looks like it might be time to, I don't think that's painted on there. I think that's a mural that was like vinyl and put on there. So it looks like it might be time to see if we can get a volunteer to replace that. It's starting to fade. That's my 2-minute warning. And that's all I had. So we'll go on to the staff reports.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I have a city manager update. I'll keep this brief as it's late. And just to start off, this is the intent is to give updates, events, things that have happened. But I am working towards developing this into a more comprehensive report with staff, and that we will bring regular reports back to the council and public. Specifically, we have public safety reports, and I know we don't have the members here from public safety tonight, but those will be regular reports given. But to be comprehensive and include additional public safety aspects such as code enforcement and animal control and regular reports to the public. So that will be coming, more to come in the new fiscal year. So with that, just to expand on what was already reported, Fuzzy's Taco Shop grand opening, a brief picture here, brief caption on April 28th in the picture. The next item is the Pit Stop, as you stated, grand reopening under the new ownership. That was very successful. We also, as the mayor stated, had the public safety fair. There was a lot going on, and it was well attended, but we had, as he said, a lot of other events happening the same day. Upcoming events, briefly, we have the Mother and Me Tea that will be this Wednesday at the Harvey House, the Mother's Day Pickleball Tournament this weekend at Dana Park, and the Nike Field Days on May 17th coming up. The Henderson Pool opens on May 23rd. I know everybody's ramping up for summer and heat, although we haven't experienced it so much, but coming this weekend, I think it's going to start warming up. Another event that will be here at the Harvey House on May 22nd is very exciting for the city to have this Inland Empire Tourism Group Regional Summit that will, they will conduct a full day regional summit, which is encapsulating all of the local economic development and tourism groups such as Tourism California, IE Tourism. We'll have economic development directors and PIOs and city managers from multiple cities in attendance. And the draw for IE Tourism is to be right here at the Harvey House in order to promote Route 66 and the reopening of the Route 66 Museum at the Harvey House in order to promote next year's centennial event. Barstow businesses can apply for special community revitalization grants under our Brownsfield grant program. Ms. Crank that gave the presentation is our contact for this, and more information can be found on the city's website. And a quick overview of the upcoming items that we will be scheduling. They're in process of being scheduled right now. And the first one is our Capital Improvements Project Workshop that will be held later this month. It will be a workshop to talk about just an overview of all capital improvement projects that are not only being budgeted, but being planned for the future. This is a comprehensive look at all of the needs of the city in what we know now and looking at a full 5-year comprehensive plan. So this will give an overview of all of those needs. Again, not funded, just future projects, so that we can begin the planning process for those funding opportunities, including grants. SBCTA has just released additional grants. We have worked with our state lobbyist. I know this was a question earlier. We are looking to restart a contract with the federal lobbyist. So this workshop and looking at all the big capital projects is vital in looking at the funding availability so that we can begin those planning processes. Once we get council priorities with the short-term projects that we are looking at to fund in the near future at the budget workshop and budget adoption, we will then plan and present those incorporated into the subsequent budget workshop. And that'll be a total comprehensive workshop of just the next year budget, but incorporating some of those short-term capital improvement project needs. Some other items that I am going to, that I've already been looking into and will be coming forward to present to the public in the near future. Public notifications and website improvement. I understand that is a big concern of the public's that's been relayed to me, as well as our own staffing has across the board identified some needs of improvement there. This past week, I actually had a meeting with the city's website platform administrator to look at functionality. I got a proposal for an improvement in the website that is a really low dollar amount to improve push notifications out to the public, so more information to come on that, and I'm very excited. We're going to look at a very short implementation time because the cost is within our current budget. We can go forward, and it's looking at just a maybe 1 to 2 month implementation time for some of these very easy fixes and improvements, I should say, that will allow us capability to really push out notifications to the public. And what I'm hearing tonight is we're not getting enough information out. One thing that I wanted to address, and this rolls into that, is the outreach for our code enforcement requirements, our code requirements, and what that means to the public with somebody getting their car towed because they didn't understand. They do keep, it was explained, and I know that there's been a concern, but it has been brought to my attention already in looking into what has happened there. If a vehicle doesn't move for 72 hours, it is in violation, and that is something that has been a complaint in that same area, and that has been looked at and addressed. So there will be, more to follow up with that specific member of the public and that circumstance, but the bottom line is we do want to get that information out to the public in what our requirements are and how to remain in compliance and what to do if you're not in compliance. So that's a simple a publication that we can put out. It does cost money, it does take time. So we are working, but we will have more information going out to the public as quickly as possible. Lastly, once we get through the budget process and we have more information to present to the public, I would like to schedule a chat with the city manager. So it is an open dialogue. A workshop is for the council, the public, of course, to come in, but for the council to have those open questions of staff. A chat with the city manager is a format where a venue where the public can actually come and have those open dialogue questions. So I look forward to scheduling that in the upcoming months. And I believe I had one more item that I wanted to address. With the one of the public comments earlier, it was asked, why did public comments happen at the beginning of the meeting today and not at the end as it has been? When the item was approved to move our council meetings to Tuesday, that was an item that was approved that same day. So apologies if that did not get out very clearly to the public, but this is the new format and public comment being at the beginning of the meeting. And so with that, that is the end of my presentation. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Otherwise, until next time.
Any questions of staff? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. My only question is the goal setting. I know that is on your radar, and I'd like to see that come to us sooner than not.
Yes, I apologize that I didn't include that. I will be rolled into the capital improvement program workshop. We are in a very short time frame to get these workshops in May so that we can bring a full budget presentation in June. So that will be included as part of the capital improvement. The first component will be looking at the goal setting for the upcoming budget year so that we have both of those components to roll into the budget workshop that will come just after. Thank you. I, again, apologize for not including that.
Thank you. I forgot to mention Juneteenth will be coming up, I believe, on June 14th, and I'll ask, Riverside Drive, bring back maybe the next meeting more information about the time, the date, location. At this time, we're going to take a moment of silence, and please pray for the family. I believe it was a father and 3 children. Yeah, all family, so just a moment of silence, please. Thank you, and with that, we will adjourn the meeting without objection. This meeting will be adjourned at 11:44 p.m.